Good morning. It's December 19th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. This morning, we'll start with preliminary matters. The first is adoption of resolutions. We have one this morning, 923 Gist Avenue, Blair, Section 1, subdivision waiver request number SRW 2025-01, MCPB number 24-116. So I have a motion for approval. All commissioners can vote on this.
Yeah, move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. The next is approval of minutes. All can vote except Mr. Bartley, who was absent that day due to a medical issue. Do I have a motion for approval of minutes of November 21st, 2024?
Yeah, move to approve the minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 4-0-1. And now we have record plats. We have 5 this morning. I'm happy to see so many lots or ownership units coming before us. I'll name just the subdivisions. It's Potomac Hill, Section 1, Ashford Woods, Parkland Trace, Glen Vista, and Brickyard Estates. Do I have a motion for approval of these 5 record plots?
Yeah, move to approve the record plats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Next, we have 6 regulatory extension requests. One is for Black Hill Towns. The next is for Montgomery Auto Sales Park. The third is for, it's just Iglesia de Cristo, Maryland. The fourth is Korean Mission Church. The fifth is Kavanaugh Family Parcel. The sixth is Butler Property. Do I have a motion for approval of these 6 regulatory extension requests?
Yeah, move to approve the extension requests.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 6-0. And I'm sorry. All right, we grew one. We didn't grow one. All right, 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Next, our next item is item number, we don't need a break, we can go right in. Yes, item number 4 is Rich Meadows, parcel number 606, administrative subdivision plan number 6/2024-0010, and forest conservation plan number F/2024-0060, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Good morning.
Yeah, Jeff is just pulling up the presentation, so just be 1 minute. I will be doing tap dancing for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name's Jeff Server with the Up-County Division. Before you today is Rich Meadows, parcel 606. It's an administrative subdivision plan number 62024-0010, and final forest conservation plan number F2024-0060. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the administrative subdivision plan and the final forest conservation plan, both of which seek to create one lot for one single-family detached dwelling unit. The applicant has met all of the noticing requirements for sign posting, notice of application, mailing. Pre-submission meeting was not required as it's an administrative subdivision application. Notice of public hearing was mailed by staff, and community correspondence was received very early on in the review process. It primarily expressed concerns focused on procedural questions and some environmental issues. These concerns were subsequently addressed during the review, but also by a significant redesign to the site design itself. Since the posting of the staff report too, there have been 2 questions that have come in from the same community member, and they were asking about the duration of the construction and also whether or not the noise could be abated for the construction process along the long, there's a long gravel driveway, which we'll see here in just a moment. Both of which, in terms of the length of construction, it would be best to check with the applicant team, as they're going to have a much better handle on what their proposed construction time and window is going to be. And in regards to the noise issue, that would be something to reach out to DEP, as that's something that they actually monitor. So looking at the site, it's located at 13635 Darnestown Road. This is in the red polygon in the image to the right. Great Seneca Creek is located up to the north, and Darnestown Local Park, Seneca Highlands Neighborhood, and Darnestown Road are located to the south. St. Nicholas Episcopal Church and Seneca Academy Circle School are located to the west, and then the Mitchell's Range neighborhood is located to the east and northeast. In looking at the subject property in more detail, it's a little over 15 acres of land. This is shown enlarged in the polygon to the right. There are about a little over 13 acres of forest currently on the site, and it is currently undeveloped. It's subject to the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan, and it's zoned RC for residential cluster. There in the image to the right, there's a dashed blue line. That's identifying that there is a 75-foot wide gas pipeline which bisects the subject property. That's for the Colonial Pipeline. Access is provided by an existing 20-foot wide ingress and egress easement. This is shown and called out in the image to the right, extending northwards to the bottom part of the property. And the gravel driveway parallels the pipeline right away. So the proposal for the property is to subdivide the property in order to create one lot for one single-family residence. You can see this image in the image to the right in goldenrod. That's the location for the single-family dwelling. It's located within the southeast corner of the subject property, which was the big redesign that was made by the applicant team to address those concerns. Access is to be provided by a new driveway, which would connect to the existing ingress-egress easement, the gravel drive. There are no frontage improvements because this lot actually does not have any frontage on a public right-of-way or roadway. And so all of the remaining acreage is to be placed within a Category 1 forest conservation easement, which we'll see in more detail. I'm not going to read through all of these because there's a lot on this slide, but in short, this is just identifying why this item is before you at the board today. And that is because any lot without frontage must be reviewed by the planning board looking at the frontage provisions, and that's what the lots without frontage provisions. So that's what the first bullet is. The second bullet is just saying that the planning board should not approve a lot that doesn't abut a public or private roadway unless there are unusual circumstances. So in this case, topography, environmental conditions, and things of that sort. And then the last bullet is just showing the findings that need to be made for a lot without frontage. So in looking at this, the proposed lot is limited to a single lot with a single residence, and that is one of the findings, so it does not abut a public or private road. It is zoned RC, so it's a residential cluster, which is a rural residential category, and it's not a residential category. So the 80-foot separation, such as you would see with flag lots and things of that sort, does not apply in this case. There are some BRLs proposed for this. The lot has a 35-foot rear BRL. You can see this in the image to the right in the upper right-hand corner. It would have a 35-foot rear BRL, and then the other sides are all sides that would have 20-foot side BRLs. The proposed lot conforms to the dimensional standards for the RC zone. It is accessible to emergency vehicles and other public services, as well as the installation of public utilities. And it is not detrimental in any way to future development for the adjacent properties or land. Looking at the adequate public facilities, it's exempt from an LATR review. There's no night increase in trips, so there wasn't a traffic study required. There are no frontage improvements as the lot does not have frontage. So it will be served by a private well and septic system as it's within the W6 and S6 service categories, meets all the stormwater management requirements, meets fire access and water supply requirements, and no additional payments are required as the number of students generated doesn't impact the the ceilings for the schools. Looking quickly at forest conservation, the application satisfies all the requirements for Chapter 22A. The net track is about 15 acres. A little over 13 of that are acres of forest. 0.38 acres of forest are proposed to be removed. And in place, there'd be 12.8 acres of forest retained with 0.29 acres planted to account for that 13.08 acres that would all be part of that forest, Category 1 forest conservation easement. Real quickly, looking at the tree variance request, there's impact to one variance tree, which is shown in green in the image to the right. And there would be the removal of 4 variance trees, which are shown in the red color in the image to the right. And then there would be 13 3-inch caliper trees planted as mitigation. So in summary, it meets the lots without frontage provisions. It conforms to the master plan. The public facilities are adequate, complies with all the provisions for the subdivision regs. The proposed lot's appropriate for the size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use, meets all the requirements of the RC zone, complies with Chapter 22A for forest conservation, complies with Chapter 19 with an improved stormwater concept. There are 2 quick corrections to the staff report since posting. They're both on the same page, and they're both pertaining to the same thing. So what you see stricken in red is just what shouldn't have somehow got missed in the process of editing, but there is not an easement that's going to be recorded, as the easement is already recorded. So I'm just striking that out to make sure that it's clear. And so in conclusion, staff recommends approval of Administrative Subdivision Plan number 62024-0010 and Final Forest Conservation Plan number F2024-0060 with conditions. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Server, for your presentation. Are there any comments or questions from the board?
I have a comment. I really like the design and the use of land here and the preservation of forests. And the preservation of the forest is, and the use of the land is something that I'd like to commend the owner and the builder on. Thanks.
Thank you.
One question I have, just that the easement to get from the main road to the house, that is already in place?
Correct. Yes, it was recorded
Okay, great.
previously.
Great. Seeing no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of the Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6/2024-0010 and Forest Conservation Plan number F2024-0060?
Yeah, move to approve the subdivision plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much.
Oh, the forest conservation.
On the forest, yes, both of them. Yep, we have approval for both the Administrative Subdivision Plan and the Forest Conservation Plan. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to just take a 1-minute break and start with 7501 Standish Place Local Map Amendment number H1556 and Forest Conservation Plan number F2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, 7501 Standish Place, local map amendment number H156, and Forest Conservation Plan number F20250010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So this morning, we have Ms. Erin Fowler presenting this presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Erin Fowler with the Mid-County Planning Division. I'm here today with my colleagues Natasha Fahim and Hallie Johnson to discuss this project. So we're very excited to be here to present the 7501 Standish Place project, which is focused on rezoning an aging office complex and surface parking lot to allow for quality new housing and open space in the Shady Grove area. I'll first start with a brief summary of the local map amendment application process. So first of all, a local map amendment is a zoning map change that typically applies a floating zone to an individual property. The parameters for each floating zone are contained in the zoning code, but are only added to the zoning map after a project seeking that designation is approved. Floating zones are designed to be flexible enough to accommodate densities and uses that may not have been anticipated during a master plan process, as was the case for this application before you today, although some master plans recommend a floating zone for the future. An LMA requires 3 public hearings with the final decision on the application made by the County Council. Binding elements approved with the LMA can only be modified by the County Council, and if this LMA is approved, a subsequent preliminary and site plan will be required. Staff is recommending approval of the local map amendment and preliminary forest conservation plan with the binding elements and conditions specified in the staff report. Consistent with the vision for the master plan area and Thrive 2050, the proposed project will provide new housing in a location rich with transit options, amenities, and services. To get us oriented, the subject property is located in the Durwood area. About a mile northeast is the Shady Grove Metro Station and mixed-use development project, along with the future redevelopment of the MCPS bus depot. The property outlined in red on this map is bounded by Standish Place to the north, south, and west, and Crabs Branch Way to the east, about 500 feet north of the Crabs Branch and Goody Drive intersection. The surrounding neighborhood, shown here in purple, is characterized by industrial office parks and residential uses and falls within the 2021 Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment area. North of the site is an American Red Cross building and additional office parks similar to the subject property, along with part of the Durwood Station residential neighborhood up to Indianola Drive. East and south of the property are office buildings, and further east along Monona Drive is the rest of the Durwood Station single-family neighborhood. West of the property are additional office park uses and the Metro rail line. Here's a closer look at the property from an aerial view with photos from the site. The property is over 13 acres and is currently developed with 4 office buildings ranging from 1 to 3 stories that were built in the 1980s. It also features a surface parking lot with over 600 spaces. The existing buildings serve as general office use despite the industrial zone and has several vacancies. The property currently has 4 vehicular access points, all off of Standish Place. It also has notable topography with substantial grade off Crabs Branch Way, dropping as much as 10 feet in the middle of the block, which you can see in the bottom photo of the slide. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from moderate industrial to the commercial residential neighborhood floating zone to allow redevelopment of the existing office complex into a new residential community with up to 210 units. On this slide is the floating zone plan that accompanies a local map amendment. It shows a conceptual layout of the site. If the LMA is approved, the site design, building layout, and other details will be refined through future regulatory reviews. The project proposes innovative housing types similar to what we saw with Lohman's Plaza, with back-to-back townhouses and 2-unit condos. The applicant has proposed to provide 15% of the units as MPDUs to help support Thrive and the sector plan's affordable housing goals for the county. All the proposed buildings would be a maximum of 60 feet in height for up to 4 floors, not to exceed the 1.25 FAR permitted in the new zone, and will be constructed all in one phase. The project will also bring quality new open space, which will function as a privately owned public space, to the greater neighborhood with the Central Park space shown on the floating zone plan. I will share more information about that Central Park in a couple slides. And with that, I'll turn to Mid-County's urban designer, Natasha Fahim, to discuss the site design in more detail.
Thank you, Erin. Good morning, the Chair and the Planning Commissioner. For the record, my name is Natasha Fahim. I'm an urban designer in Mid-County.
Could you talk in microphone?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, at this point, I would like to highlight some of the design aspect of this proposal that has been achieved through the constructive dialogue that we had with the applicant's team. The image on the left of the slide, as you see, it's what it has been proposed initially to the staff for the review. As you can see in the red bubble on the right side of that plan, on the corner of the two major intersections, there were some proposed townhomes that they had exposed their back and also their alley into the public right-of-way of the two major roads. Also, on the other red bubble diagram, throughout the open space, you see two shorter strings of townhomes that they were proposed along the public open space, that it was making the public open space a little bit segmented and incohesive. So through the several design workshops that we had with the applicant's team, the site layout has been modified to what you see on the render site plan on the right side. By eliminating those small townhomes or back-to-back units in the middle of the public open space, we achieved a very cohesive and connected public open space that stretches along the extended portion of the Crab Branch Way, and it's offering the very passive and active areas throughout that public park, throughout that public open space for the future resident and the surrounding community to enjoy, relax, and connect with each other. Additionally, the strings of the towns along the southeast corner also got realigned, and you can see it on the image on the right side, that now they are framing and framing the street and helping activating the public realm along the sidewalk, along these two major intersections. I also have to mention that all of these changes that has been applied to the site, we managed not to lose any unit and keep the number that it was proposed initially to us. So in conclusion, I would like to thank the applicant's design team and acknowledge their cooperation approach that they had through the regulatory review with us, and the staff are looking forward to working with them through other application that is coming after this LMA. At this point, I would like to bring back the presentation to Erin to walk us through some of the aspects of the public open space that we are very excited to show. Thank you.
Thanks, Natasha. So the open space for requirement for this property is 10%, or approximately 55,000 square feet. And as you can see on this illustrative open space plan, the proposed Central Park will be a cohesive and integrated space activated with a variety of amenities for the future residents and the broader community, including a children's playground, pedestrian pathways and seating areas, shade structures, and an open lawn. The park will be framed to the west with a pedestrian promenade accessible only to emergency vehicles and a pedestrian mid-block crossing. As you can see in the plan on the right, there will also be some smaller green spaces and pocket parks more interior to the site for residents to access along Standish Place.
Is this Central Park accessible through Crabs Branch Way?
It will be accessible for pedestrians, but because of the grade, not for vehicles. Okay. That's a good segue to transportation. So the applicant is proposing to consolidate the current 4 vehicular access points into 3, maintaining 2 of the existing and adding 1 on the northern boundary of Standish Place. Pedestrian and bicycle access will be provided along Crabs Branch Way on the east of the property. As currently proposed, the Crabs Branch Way improvements will include a side path and street buffer consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide, and Standish Place will include a sidewalk and street buffer. On the interior, the site is organized around a grid of private streets and alleys that create small blocks, with residences positioned close to the streets. I will now turn it over to my colleague Hallie Johnson to cover the preliminary forest conservation plan.
Can I just ask one more question? This pedestrian access is accessible, is ADA accessible, correct?
That may be a question for the applicant, although I know that that's still being worked out, or will be finalized at preliminary and site plan.
Patrick O'Neill, attorney from Lurch, and Brewer on behalf of the applicant Tri Point Homes. Obviously, this is at a very early stage, and our intent is absolutely to comply with ADA requirements as we move forward with the regulatory process.
Right. Hallie Johnson, for the record. The applicant has submitted preliminary forest conservation plan number F 2025-0010 concurrently with the LMA application. The site contains steep slopes primarily on the northern and eastern boundaries and no streams, wetlands, forests, associated buffers, or other environmental features. The forest conservation requirement is 1.9 acres of afforestation, which will be met off-site or by payment of fee in lieu. The future site plan will include a final forest conservation plan. As the site contains 6 variant-sized trees, the applicant has submitted a variance request. The 6 trees total 189 inches diameter at breast height that will be removed to accommodate demolition of existing infrastructure and future construction. Forest conservation law requires that the removal of variance trees be replaced at a ratio of 1 caliper per inch for every 4 inches removed. In this instance, this results in a mitigation of 48 inches that will be planted as 16 3-inch caliber trees.
Thanks, Hallie. The subject applications meet all the required findings for approval in the zoning code and forest conservation law. As described in the staff report, the application substantially conforms with the general plan and the Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment and furthers the public interest. Staff has received no community correspondence on this plan. And that concludes staff's presentation. We recommend approval with binding elements and conditions of the subject applications. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board?
I do have a couple of more questions. In the report, the Central Park was shown that although that it's going to be implied to be public, but some part it's going to be publicly open space, and some other part of the Central Park would be private. I don't know what is the reason behind that. Why can't we just make it all public used rather than have these two separate distinctions and then try to make it as one? I don't understand the logic behind it.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So because of the code requirements being different for townhomes versus 2-unit condominiums, technically townhomes trigger a common open space requirement as a category, and the 2-unit condos trigger the public open space requirement. And so the application does technically have to have both of those types of open space per the code. However, that was how we worked with the applicant to ensure that Central Park that was shown will be accessible to the public despite the technical distinction between common and public open space in the code.
So it's going to be designed as one unit with no, people, they go there, they don't see any kind of separation between these two. It's just the underlying, I guess, code requirement shows it that way, but it's not going to be known to people going there.
That's correct. Patrick O'Neill on behalf of the applicant again. conversations with staff were honed right in on the issue that you raised, and the binding element that requires the public park to be essentially in the configuration set forth in the plans that we had submitted. Obviously, things are going to change a little bit as we move forward with the process, but the requirement to combine public and common open space is baked into the binding element that's in place.
Yeah, so why don't we do this? Why don't we have the applicant give any presentation they want, and then we can follow up with
Okay.
any board comments, okay?
Yeah, I have one more comment. I can ask later.
Well, we're ready to answer questions as well as staff is. Patrick O'Neill, again, from Lurch, Early and Brewer, on behalf of the applicant, Tri Point Homes. I echo the commentary that you've heard from staff about a collaborative conversation with at least 2-3 meetings with staff to work through design issues and get us to the point where we are now. And I think that's the way it's supposed to work, and in this case, it absolutely did. With me, I have on our team Gio Esposito, who is the Land Entitlements Manager for Tri Point Homes, the applicant, to my right. To my left is Michael Goodman, Executive Vice President with VICA. And then further to my right is Sacheen Kahlberg with the Planning and Urban Design Leader, who's the Planning and Urban Design Leader at VICA. That was really guiding us through the process from the applicant team side. Gio Esposito is at Tri Point Homes and wanted to give a few comments just about Tri Point and what you can expect from this project when and if we hope it's approved today and moves forward through the process as we move forward to create more housing in Montgomery County. So if I can beg your indulgence on hearing from Gio on that, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, board, for hearing our case, and echo the same comments. Working with the Design Review Committee has been an extreme pleasure and delight. I think we've created a neighborhood that is going to be something that this Montgomery County is something we could really look forward to. Over 200 homes to bring to the neighboring Deerwood community, as well as up to 15% MPDUs. We're really excited to bring this almost 1 acre park to the neighborhood as well, and continue to work together to make sure we refine those details so that it's something that we could really celebrate. Thank you to the team. Thank you, Patrick, for representing us. Thank you, Sacheen, as well. We look forward to working together.
And one other commentary just on the application itself for the board's edification and recognition from the applicant side that this actually is a standard method project, and in recognition of the county's desire and need through master plans and otherwise to get as much affordable housing on sites as possible, we are committing to 15% MPDUs, which is 2.5% above what otherwise would be required. And that's a binding element that is included with this LMA.
Great. Do we questions or comments from the
Haven't finished.
board? No, I know you have one. You have one more, so we're going to get to your question. Please go ahead.
Before I go to my next question, this is absolutely a beautiful setting. Thank you for bringing it here. And I should say that I had to look up what is 2/2, and it's brilliant because it allows more affordable housing while the whole community and development maintains, as a beautiful setting. So I really like this development, and thank you for bringing it to us. The last question is not actually from you, it's actually from staff, that we didn't have any public comments, but I saw that LMA does not require a pre-application public hearing. And I don't know why not. And, so how did we convey, this development with the existing community that I think that Deerwood Station is right there to bring bring any questions or anything that they may have.
If I can start the conversation, because staff was not directly involved with our efforts in the beginning to address that very issue and make sure that the community was aware of what we were proposing and that any concerns early in the process could be heard and vetted. We had reached out, met with the IAC, the Implementation Advisory Committee for the Shady Grove area, and convened an overview of what the project is and heard from people there, and also welcomed any follow-up that would occur from their constituent groups. And so nothing resulted from that in terms of follow-up communications, but that was our intent, to try to get as much information and feedback early in the process as possible.
So have there with the station people been informed?
Carrie Sanders for the record, Mid-County Division Chief. So as Patrick O'Neill mentioned, when we have developments coming to the Shady Grove area, those developments typically do brief the Shady Grove Implementation Advisory Committee, which the Planning Department does staff that committee, and Kosi Yearwood is our liaison. So we have the opportunity for applicants to brief that group, that meeting is streamed as well, or recorded, pardon me. It's recorded meeting, so people can review it. In terms of the requirements for the local map amendment, those requirements are set through the hearing examiner's office, and we can maybe give you a little bit more background on those requirements in a moment as we look into those, but they are set through the hearing examiner.
Oh, yeah, no real questions other than, I live nearby here. I'm fairly familiar with the area. I think this type of project is something that we need more of within these areas. This is a lot of underdeveloped, very old, very not particularly used commercial space with a lot of asphalt and, mostly asphalt. It's a lot of asphalt. But I do like this project, and I like the combination of different types of housing and structure. So I hope we do get more of these, particularly along this area near Crowds Branch. I think it's a good project. So thanks.
I'd like to echo what the other commissioners have said. It's an exciting project, especially converting office space into livable communities. And there's going to be the reduction of asphalt. Excited about this project, and hopefully it can get done sooner than later. Good work.
Yeah, well, I echo my fellow board members' comments about the conversion of office to residential. I liked how you work with staff and improving the design through a back and forth process. I thought that was really, really, really great. And I love that there is this public space there. And then also, I applaud you for adding more MPDUs, even though you didn't have to do it, going from 12.5% to 15%. Just have a couple of questions on just for a learning process. One is, I see that, I guess at this point, we don't have to do any school tests. That would come when we come back with the preliminary plan or site plan. Is but we did the traffic, but we don't have to do a school test at this time. That's correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
Also for is this going to be all rental or some for sale, or you haven't decided at this point? Yeah.
It would be all for sale.
All for sale?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good to know. And we need more for sale too in the county, as we said, all types, rental and for sale. Tell us a little bit about the parking. Is this a surface park? Is it all surface parked? And what type of ratio do you expect on the property? Yeah.
I can start, yep, and then I'll pass it to Shasheen to get into the technicalities. But all of our product will be integral parking, 2-car parking. So the townhomes will have 2-car parking. The MPDU townhome would be an optional 2-car tandem or 1 car with additional finished space. The back-to-backs would also be 2-car tandem. And then continuing through the preliminary plan and site plan, some units might have driveways. In addition to all of that, with the parks and the main corridor street, we would also have some additional visitor parking or guest parking along that main road, Spine Road, throughout the community.
Great, great, thank you. And my last question for staff, it's called a floating zone because it was originally not a commercial, not a residential, it was primarily industrial, so this is to float over that zone, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great, great. Those are all my questions. Great project. We look forward to going through the hearing examiner and coming back for a preliminary and site plan as quickly as possible. So thank you.
And if I may answer the follow-up to Commissioner Pedoweem's question regarding the noticing, yes, we just confirmed that the noticing was done as part of the hearing examiner process.
Okay, if no other questions or comments, I guess we have to have a couple votes here, one for a recommendation to go to the hearing examiner. So it's, do I have a motion to approve moving the local map of, moving forward to a local map amendment H156, and also do we have approval for the forest conservation plan number F2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve approve transmitting comments on local map amendment H156 to the hearing examiner, and also approve the preliminary forest conservation plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All the
Aye.
5-0 ayes, yes. So thank you so much, and we look forward to the project as soon as possible. Okay?
Thank you, and we do too.
Yeah, and we're going to take a 2-minute break and come back with our next item, 2 items, the briefing on the 2024-2028 growth and infrastructure policy and impact taxes, followed by the annual school test guidelines revision and updated fiscal year 2025 annual school test. Thank you. Good morning. The next two items are together. Item number 6, briefing on the 2024-2028 Growth and Infrastructure Policy and Impact Taxes approvals that were we recently had. And the second item is item number 7, Annual School Test Guidelines Revision and Updated Fiscal Year 2025 Annual School Tests, where staff is recommending that the board approve this new school test guideline revision and certification updated fiscal year 2025 annual school test results. This morning, David Ansbacher with the Planning Department is going to kick it off, and followed by staff making these two presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We are very happy to be here today to present these two items to you. As you said, the first item, we're going to summarize how the County Council addressed the Planning Board's recommendations for the growth and infrastructure policy, as well for impact taxes. And then as part of the second item, Hayes Subeck will present the changes that were made or that are proposed to be made to the annual schools test guidelines that resulted from the new GIP and really were necessitated by the new GIP. As well as the results to the updated FY 2025 annual schools test results. The GIP is always a one-year sprint for this staff. You got to get going really quickly. You do your outreach, you get a lot of feedback. You have 2 months, maybe 3 months to put together your recommendations, work sessions, a little bit of a break after the planning board transmits its recommendations, and then work session after work session with the county council. So it is very much a sprint, and I think we're very happy it's a quadrennial update. So we don't have to think about the next one for at least 3 years. So I'm immensely proud of the work that the staff has done. While the council didn't agree with everything that the planning board recommended, they agreed with a lot. And I think they made a lot of updates and streamlined the adequacy tests and did a lot to align the policy more with the county's goals. So I think I'm turning it over at this point to Lisa Gavoni, Darcy Buckley, who's going to kick us off.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Dave. So I'm here, I'm Darcy Buckley, I'm with Lisa Gavoni and Hayes Subeck. Nice to see you. So as I'm sure you all remember, the growth and infrastructure policy reflects our county's growth context as well as our goals. When the policy was initially adopted, much of the land in the county was undeveloped, and the focus was really on expanding, building new roads, building new schools. Today, we're working within our existing footprint, and our goal is to make our current infrastructure work better for everyone. We came to the board back more than a year ago, last fall, to discuss themes for the update. Our general themes were considering the county's current growth trends, reviewing the performance of the current GIP, making our policy implementation clearer as well as more efficient. We also reviewed development impact taxes, and through all of our work, we really worked to make the policy align with county priorities. We identified those particular county priorities in our major plans, including our general plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, as well as other important county policies. And those are racial equity and social justice, economic competitiveness, environmental resilience, compact growth, housing for all, safety, and good governance. The Planning Board recommendations for the growth and infrastructure policy focused on ensuring adequacy of infrastructure while improving development conditions in the county. They also enhance the predictability, clarity, and efficiency of all of our processes, and most importantly, supported the county goals and priorities. Lisa, so on November 11th of this year, the county council adopted the new growth and infrastructure policy. On that same day, they also passed a bill, a related bill about impact taxes. The county executive vetoed the impact tax bill, but the council overrode the veto unanimously. And both the new growth and infrastructure policy and the the impact tax bill will go into effect on January 1st, 2025.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. For the record, my name is Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy, and I'm going to walk through the related Impact Tax Bill 1624. So first, let's start with some key takeaways from what the council did on Bill 1624. So generally, the council did not support school impact tax exemptions and discounts. They felt that a lot of our exemptions were for uses or types of housing that would generate children, and they felt that that nexus between how we calculate impact taxes and our student generation work was strong. Comparatively, the council did largely support transportation impact tax exemptions and discounts. They felt that the policy basis for the transportation impact taxes was pretty weak. And the council was also more supportive of using impact taxes to advance and support county priorities as compared to the schools and transportation recommendations in the GIP. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through the planning board's recommendations, and then I'm going to tell you what the council did. So the first recommendation was to modify the calculation of the standard school impact tax rates to reflect the true per cost of school construction to the county. We would do this by adjusting the rates to account for the portion of funding for school capacity projects in the adopted 6-year CIP attributed to state aid. So the council was opposed to this recommendation. MCPS was there, and they indicated that the increase in cost was not only the result of state aid, but other things, and recommended against reducing school construction costs by that 30%. MCPS at the time, they also recommended school construction costs be studied as part of this proposed work group, which will be a common theme that we talk about today. Though the proposed work group would review impact tax policy and future infrastructure needs. Recommendation 4.2 was to continue the use of the cap and carryover system as adopted through expedited bill 2523. Its implementation is relatively new, and that system will help soften any anticipated upward adjustments, and the council supported this recommendation. Recommendation 4.3 was the planning board recommended to introduce a 50% transportation and school impact tax discount to single-family attached and detached structures that are 1,800 square feet or smaller. The council supported a full transportation exemption for under 1,800 square feet and under 2,200 square feet if there is an attached garage, but they did not recommend a school discount. Recommendation 4.4 was to remove the desired growth and investment areas discount and rely on other policies to advance corridor-focused compact growth. The council agreed that this will support helping simplify the number of boundaries that are used in conjunction of the policy. However, we did add a legacy language for projects with accepted preliminary plan application or equivalent plan acceptance in the city of Gaithersburg before January 1st, 2025, and the council supported this. Recommendation 4.5 was to the planning board recommended to replace the current school impact tax discount for multifamily units of 3 or more bedrooms in infill areas with a countywide impact tax exemption for both transportation and school impact taxes. This exemption would have applied to multifamily residential units, with 3 or more bedrooms in multifamily structures. You said the word multifamily a lot there. The council voted to support a full transportation exemption, but to maintain the school discount of 40% in the infill impact areas. The next recommendation, 4.6, was to exempt office to residential conversions from transportation and school impact taxes when the building is adaptively reused or renovated for multifamily housing. The planning board also recommended to offer a 50% transportation and school impact tax discount for office to residential conversions when demolition is involved, and the conversion of office to residential to multifamily or single-family attached housing. So the council supported a full exemption for transportation for demolitions and conversions. However, there was no discount or exemption on the school side. Recommendation 4.7 was to continue exempting bioscience projects from transportation impact taxes and add the exemption to county code. And the council supported this recommendation. The next recommendation is to update the county code to provide, to allow credit for capacity improvements along state roadways. Form a working group of staff from Montgomery Planning and the executive branch to propose additional modifications concurrently with the council's review of the draft GIP, and revisions will focus on conversion to the county's new complete street classifications, types of credible infrastructure, and clarity. And the council supported this.
Just to jump in, the council supported changing the code to allow credits for improvements along state roadways. The second part about making some other modifications to update this particular section of the code, those didn't go forward within that time period, but we've been working with MCDOT on making those at a later date.
So this provision is not going to go through at all until the task force is convened and make their recommendations and approved, until that credit could actually be applied, or the credit can be applied as soon as now in January.
For improvements along state roadways, that was part of the bill, so that can be applied starting January 1st. There were just
Okay.
some other updates in terms of the language, modernizing it, that those have
Okay,
not happened
so
yet.
that was clearly defined. Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
The next recommendation, 4.8B, was to convene a working group across county government and with external stakeholders to explore additional financing and funding mechanisms to better meet infrastructure needs. This was brought up a lot. A lot of the things that we didn't get were punted to this working group to better study the funding mechanisms and infrastructure needs. The council really did support this idea. They were really enthusiastic about it, but they're going to hold a work session just on this topic at a later date. So next is a hybrid of a recommendation and an amendment. So the planning board had recommended to maintain the opportunity zone impact tax exemption for projects located in opportunity zone designated census tracts, regardless of the status of the federal program. This council supported this, but they also supported council staff edits. Some of the edits include listing the census tracts and code and clarification of the date. And two, they also supported an amendment from Councilmember Mink, which would add a missing piece of the White Oak Latip area to the Opportunity Zone list, so it would add an additional census tract to the Opportunity Zone exemption. Next is Amendment 2, and that was to include all of White Oak in the red policy area. And the council was opposed to this. The council opposed changing the White Oak to a red policy area in the GIP recommendations. Next was an amendment from attorneys at Lurch, Early, and Brewer, representing Westfield Montgomery Mall. They requested an amendment that would extend the impact tax credits for 4 years in instances where the applicant has made a significant transportation improvement of $3 million or more, and the credit was certified between January 1st, 2016 and 2022. The transportation impact tax credits allow developers to receive a credit for construction improvements to reduce traffic demand or increase transportation capacity. And to receive this credit, a developer must build infrastructure that the county would otherwise build. The agreement is reviewed by MCDOT and certified by DPS before the impact tax is collected. So the council did support this amendment. Written testimony requested that the threshold requirement to increase capacity to receive the credit be eliminated. In the letter that was part of the public testimony explained that the measurement is difficult with non-vehicle facilities, and that even for vehicles, there must be safety or significant maintenance needs that are called and can be satisfied by the applicant. The GO committee noted that addressing this topic is inherent in the proposed working group, which will be discussed again at a future GO work session. The council voted unanimously to reject this amendment.
So that's the same working group or different working group?
Same working group. So this working group has quite the task list to accomplish.
So who is the lead on this working group? Who is going to make sure that, is it us or the county council? Who's going to do that, make sure it happens?
So I think the working group will definitely happen. They want to have a work session on a later group. I think the mechanics of the working group, who's leading it, who's on it, is still yet to be determined, as well as the overall scope. Because as you've noticed when we've gone through, there's quite a lot of things that the working group has on its plate right now. And so for us, we want the scope to be broad and to really focus on finding new funding mechanisms for infrastructure.
Is it a time that when this working group needs to be formed? Someone has to take the responsibility, making it happen, and decide who is the lead or something. That's what I'm asking.
We've heard from council staff that the full council plans to take this up early in the new year, either January or February. And they also told us that their current thinking, they've kind of re-narrowed what, I think they've looked at the list of things that were set up for it and also received some testimony. And they're now thinking, having a more defined and singular task for the group.
Yeah, I agree with staff on this, and the new council president, Kate Stewart, said that this is one of her priorities to get that going in the beginning of the year. So.
Okay, thank you.
So the next amendment, Amendment 5, would exempt projects that provide no on-site parking and are located near transit from transportation impact taxes. What was the most exciting vote of the impact tax bill? The committee recommended against this, but the council voted to support this amendment. The council also received a request to provide a transportation impact tax credit for undergrounding of existing utilities. As noted in the letter that we received, recent master plans have encouraged projects to underground existing utilities as a frontage improvement, noting the benefits to pedestrians and cyclists. MCGOT at the work session did express opposition to this. As a result of the discussion, the council supported including the issue of undergrounding utilities in the proposed working group, but they took no action on it at this time.
But we do have, because we discussed it ourselves, that we're going to have maybe our own group to look at this and see that if we can work on the language in the master plan. We had discussed that. I guess that whatever it is, these two have to work in conjunction with each other.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I know we've spoken with Deputy Director Cronenberg a little bit about this, about developing some criteria for plans that are brought to you. But yes, this is also a broader issue. It's important for aesthetic reasons. It's important for resilience. So we see this as a major topic to figure out as part of this criteria for the planning board, but also as part of this working group. So we'll bring those two together.
Just to follow up as well, I've had conversations with our colleagues at PEPCO to see if they can actually come and talk to us a little bit, come and talk to the board about kind of how they see these applications coming in, what the financial implications are, and kind of what the realities are in terms of underground utilities. So it's great to have to be part of Leadership Montgomery and have one of the leaders of PEPCO, part of our group, who's been very active in what we do and shows up to a lot of our events. So they'll be coming to talk to us hopefully soon once we can get something lined up.
You know, a lot of these costs for the underground, I think it comes because it's being requested in piecemeal. Because when you bring something underground and the rest of it is above the ground, it costs a lot. Sure. You may need a couple of additional poles or undergrounding to make it happen. I think that if it would be looked at as a big or cohesive all together rather than as piecemeal, look at the areas that how it could be done, maybe then funding could be done, and then put them all together at one point. It's just something that it could help in the cost. Right now, the piecemeal approach is very expensive, and it makes it almost impossible to do.
I think we agree with you, and it's hard when you do have projects coming in that you can view as piecemeal. They're not, larger multi-blocks, but it's something that we have to consider as something, to bring back to the board.
For Amendment 7, in the planning board's recommendations, the definition of high-rise was modified. Previously, any one-bedroom garden apartment was charged the impact tax rate for a high-rise unit. To incentivize family-sized units, we removed that provision, but there was an amendment to grandfather garden apartments as high-rise residential units for preliminary plans approved before January 2025. We're getting to the end of impact taxes. There was a lot of amendments. Given the timing of the legislative process for the bill, the effective date of 90 days would be after the date prescribed in the transition clause that we sent up. So therefore, to take effect on January 1st of 2025, the bill would need to be expedited. The council staff proposed language to change that, and the council supported this. And then the GIP recommends to allow funds collected as UPPs to be used for capital projects adding capacities at schools adjacent to the school for which the funds were collected as outlined in the school utilization report. We needed to add that to county code to make sure that's allowed. So that was supported by the council. And then Amendment 10 clarified the definition of stack flats. The Office of County Attorney noted that the definition of stack flats may have been too broad. So they changed the definition to tighten it up a little bit to make sure that it was clear in the county code. And then finally, the last part is technical corrections. We made some typos. There were some capitalization errors that needed to be corrected. So that was made as the final amendment, and the council supported it. So that's the end of Bill 1624. We have been in talks with the Department of Permitting Service to make sure that their system is up and ready to have effect on January 1st. So we're excited that these changes that the planning board and the council recommended are going to go forward in a couple weeks. And then I'll turn over to Ms. Buckley.
Great. Thank you. So we're moving on to the growth and infrastructure policy, and we'll do kind of a similar format. Our key takeaways were that first, the council generally supported our recommendations to update policy area boundaries and classifications to better reflect the county's goals and priorities. However, they were focused on the 4-year timeline of the growth and infrastructure policy, and for that reason, they didn't support reclassifying 3 downtowns, which are Great Seneca Life Sciences, White Oak, and Rock Springs. They did not support classifying those downtowns as red policy areas as recommended by the board. Their reasoning for that was that there wouldn't be the type of transit service they were looking for in those areas within the next 4 years. So if they're in the future, when those areas have transit service such as BRT, then they might possibly be eligible. So that was the reasoning for that. However, the council did exempt downtowns from the motor vehicle adequacy test in addition to red policy areas. So this way, those areas won't have to test for motor vehicle adequacy, and they also won't have to do any motor vehicle adequacy mitigation. The council also expressed reservations about using exemptions and discounts within the GIP to incentivize specific development types. They were comfortable doing this in the impact tax policy, but not within the GIP. However, they did endorse efforts to streamline the process by removing outdated guidance and simplifying transportation data collection and analysis. The policy itself is shorter. There was a lot of outdated text in there that's no longer there. So that's a win as well. Ms. Beck will walk us through the school recommendations.
For the record, Jesus Beck. The schools parts of the recommendations were mostly very straightforward, so most of these slides will serve as a reminder of the recommendations that were supported by council. The one exception would be the first recommendation where the planning board recommended to modify the school impact area boundaries to align with the proposed transportation policy area boundaries, and then classify each area into infill, turnover, or greenfield based on an updated analysis of the latest growth context and potentials. The 2 slight modifications that happened at council was one, the boundary around the Germantown Town Center area was slightly modified to include a few more properties or areas that fit better with the Germantown Town Center context. So the policy area boundary itself was changed from the transportation policy area side, and then from the schools part, we ran the index again with the new boundaries, re-shifting the properties that shifted, I guess, moving the properties that shifted from one policy area to another, re-ran the index. So the Germantown Town Center area still remains infill, but the infill impact area around there is just a larger footprint, which we'll show in the next slide. The other slight modification that happened is the weight factor that we use in the index. Council staff put slightly more emphasis on the residential pipeline compared to future growth potential. So the weight factors changed. However, the actual classifications did not change with the change in the weight factors. So it's more of a ideological thing that happened behind the scenes. The results that we see in the actual school impact area classifications remain the same as they were from the planning board draft. So to look at the Germantown Town Center boundary, the areas hatched in blue on the north side and a couple on the south side are what shifted from the adjacent policy areas into the Germantown Town Center area. And with the rerun index, the whole Germantown Town Center area still showed up as infill, but since some properties changed from turnover to infill, we redid the student generation rates. So on the table, you can see on the right, the slight changes that happened. The green shows this student generation rate went slightly down compared to what was calculated based on the planning board draft. The reds show that the student generation rate went slightly up based on the properties that moved in and out.
I have a question about the Germantown boundary change and school budgets and money and the taxes that go with it. Because Germantown acts as its own entity, right? In terms of this, or that's Gaithersburg. Gaithersburg, okay. I always mix those two up.
So the next recommendation is a slight change to the annual school test. The recommendation was to adjust the seat deficit thresholds of each UPP tier to align with MCPS's CIP guidelines and keep the same for the utilization rate thresholds. This is the reason we're bringing the updated FY25 annual school test later, because it has implications on the test results. The council supported this, so it was approved as recommended. The next recommendation was already introduced by Ms. Gavoni. It's to allow funds collected as UPPs to be used for capital projects at adjacent schools for which they were collected for. And the school utilization report will have a list of adjacent schools that will be eligible for the use of collected UPP funds. The council supported this recommendation. Recommendation 2.4 was to keep stacked flats in the multifamily low-rise category. So there's no real change that was recommended here. It was just brought up to clarify certain things. So stacked flats will be classified as multifamily low-rise for student generation rates and impact taxes, and council supported this. And the last one likewise has very little implications on anything that's happening, but it's to monitor the countywide early childhood program projections through the school utilization report. So there will probably be an extra graph or data points that are introduced in the school utilization reports going forward. So when the enrollment is projected to be more universal, then we'll start including the early childhood, so preschool projections in the elementary school student generation rate calculations, and the council supported this as well. So that's it for the school's recommendations, and I'll hand the mouse back over to Ms. Buckley.
Thank you. So for transportation, The first recommendation was to update the policy areas, and I talked about this a few minutes ago. I do want to clarify something that I said. As part of this conversation, the council wanted very clear classifications for what a red policy is. And the definition that they landed on was either a metro station area or a purple line station area. So in order for any other area to eventually become a red policy area, there would have to be we would have to reassess how you define a red policy area.
No BRT?
No, not in the current definition of today. I imagine that could change, but they were looking for, rather than, before our definitions were really more like, I think even it said they're generally defined as, but for red policy areas in particular, they wanted a definition that was really more like a classification where it was very clear what was and what was not a red policy area.
And just to go back to that for one moment, as Darcy said earlier, they are exempting all downtowns, including the 3 downtowns, from the motor vehicle adequacy test. The implication, though, of not identifying these 3 downtowns as red policy areas is that they will continue to pay the higher impact tax rate, the higher rate for orange policy areas, not red policy areas, which is lower.
Thank you. The next recommendation was more of a technical change. It was to define the geographic extents of the White Oak Local Area Transportation Improvement Program, or LATIP area, in order to differentiate it from what we call the White Oak policy area, because we changed the boundaries of that policy area itself. So this recommendation just retains that program's current boundaries, and the council supported that. The next board recommendation was to require an LATR, or Local Area Transportation Review study, for any proposed development generating 50 or more net new weekday peak hour motor vehicle trips. The council supported a 30 net new peak hour motor vehicle trip threshold. That is the equivalent of, today we have a 50-person threshold. 30 vehicle trips is the equivalent of today's threshold. So that rather than raising it as the board recommended, they chose to keep it at the same as it is today, or at least equivalent as it is today, but counting just motor vehicle trips instead. Recommendation 3.3 was to update the intersection delay standards to reflect changes to the policy area boundaries and designations, and the council supported that. The next 2 recommendations have to do with how we organize our adequacy assessments, and also the requirements that an applicant has to study. The first one was to simplify our non-motor vehicle adequacy test, which is recommendation 3.4, and recommendation 3.5 was to modify the requirements in order to maintain our high standards but minimize the amount of data collection and analysis that we were requiring, and council supported those. They also supported recommendations 3.6 and 3.7, which were to refine the Vision Zero statement to focus on managing speed for safety, and to remove a reference to the Safe Systems Adequacy Test, which is now covered by other parts, by other standards like the Complete Streets Design Guide. Recommendation 3.8 is to, as part of the 2025 LATR guidelines update, to develop a vehicle trip-based proportionality guide. The proportionality guide acts as a guiding upper limit on the cost of mitigation improvements that the board would require of applicants. The council supported this recommendation, although this is not actually technically part of the GIP itself. They did support our intention to do this, which we're doing as part of the guidelines update that the board will look at in early next year in January. The council supported the next 2 recommendations, 3.9 and 3.10. These were to provide more flexibility in the mitigation payments that MCDOT collects from applicants. The first one would allow these funds to be spent in the policy area where they're collected, as well as adjacent policy areas, recognizing that often transportation is a network and it doesn't follow the boundaries of policy areas. And the other is to allow these funds to be used for any non-motor vehicle improvement, so that it didn't have to go to a pedestrian project or a bike project. They could be used for any of these types of improvements.
What's the definition of adjacent?
Touching. Yeah. Has to be on the border.
The reason why I was asking is because I know when we went through this earlier, I was against fee and lieu funds being used in areas that weren't the designated area or the adjacent area. So I'm happy that it's not, the fee and lieu payments will not be used in areas that are not directly impacted. Thanks.
Recommendation 311 was to expand the current off-site mitigation exemption, which exempts affordable housing units from making mitigation payments. The board had recommended that we expand that to also exempt these units from needing to make constructed improvements. This was discussed in detail at council, both in the work session and at council, and the council opposed this recommendation. They were concerned about residents of affordable housing units having the same infrastructure as people who live in non-affordable units. They felt they did maintain the existing mitigation payment exemption, because the rationale behind that was that these payments won't necessarily go to the area directly near these, directly near the affordable housing units. However, because construction improvements happen right near the particular project, they did not want to provide that exemption. Similarly, the council opposed. No, this is not true. This is, I'm sorry, this slide. Let me go to the next one and see if it's correct. It is not. This is not true. The recommendation was to exempt development projects that meet the definition of the mixed income housing community in section 3.34A of the zoning code. It was to exempt them from needing to complete an LATR study. The council supported this vote, despite what it says here. They supported it by I think it was a 6-5 vote. It was very close, lots of discussion. The main support from it came from the idea that the intention of this recommendation in part is to help support these types of projects. And there was a recent ZTA that created an expedited review process for projects that meet specific criteria. And so they felt comfortable exempting it in order to continue to encourage these particular project definitions. So I apologize for the incorrect information on the slide.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes.
When we talk about vehicle adequacy test, is it the same as LATR, or is it includes other things in that? Because some places we refer to latter, and in some places we talk about vehicle adequacy test. I don't know if they are interchangeable or they're different.
So the LATR study, it has three main parts. It includes the Vision Zero statement, which is an assessment of speeds and safety. It includes a non-motor vehicle adequacy assessment, where you look at pedestrian and bike infrastructure, as well as some other illuminance, ADA access, and transit. And then there's also the third part of it, which is the motor vehicle adequacy portion, which is required for any project that does the LATR study, except those projects in red policy areas or, starting in January, downtowns.
So when we said that in the red areas, they're exempt from vehicle adequacy tests. So they're exempt from Vision Zero and non-pedestrian. That's what I heard, I think.
If you're exempt from the motor vehicle adequacy, you're exempt from just one portion of the LATR study. So you do one less assessment, essentially.
From LA,
From the
LATR.
LATR study, yes. But if you have a complete exemption, you don't have to do any of those studies.
Okay.
So what we're talking about here is projects that meet the definition of the mixed income housing community won't have to do any of those LATR assessments.
Okay, but still they have to do the other components.
No.
No Vision Zero and no non-pedestrian or non-vehicular adequate study. They're not supposed to do that?
Correct.
Is that what we want? Okay, I don't know.
So these projects oftentimes have very low margins. They're providing what we see as a big public benefit in terms of deeply affordable housing units. And so the discussion at the board and at the council, it was, as Darcy said, it was a 6-5 vote in favor. So there's a lot of discussion around this topic. But in the end, the council believed that as the mixed income housing community is a plan type that was approved last year as part of a ZTA, it was important to continue to incentivize that. We really want to see these types of projects move forward.
And I'm all for that. The only concern I have that sometimes these incentives may require some equity issue in regard to safety or pedestrian safety or things like that. Maybe it should be some kind of vehicle that in future they be looked at to see that if they get the same kind of equity in regard to adequacy.
We can certainly look at it. I was just reminded that ultimately the planning board had a lot of discussion around this and did support this recommendation. One of the big things about this plan type is that it has a very accelerated review period. There's a 60-day limit on review. LATR studies can take a lot of time. There's oftentimes a lot of back and forth to negotiate or to come to a resolution on what mitigation is needed. And we felt like this was a particularly good project type to exempt from LATR. We recognize, though, Commissioner Pedoin, the issues that you're bringing up.
Yeah,
And we can look at that.
Yeah, I agree. It was a trade-off, to get the project approved quickly enough so that, we can have that housing, because they could not meet the requirements of this mixed income housing community approval timeframe if they had to go through this LATR.
No, I totally understand it. The only thing I say that we have, sorry, that maybe something that we could look at it, as after the fact, make sure that the equity is there. You don't want to have all of these incentivized housing, and then we have some issues later. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you. So recommendation 312, the council did oppose this one. This was to exempt multifamily units with 3 or more bedrooms in multifamily structures from an offsite mitigation construction and payment. The council opposed this, again, expressing these reservations about using exemptions and discounts within the GIP to incentivize these development types. But as part of the, as part of the impact tax bill, they did provide a full transportation exemption from impact tax for these units. Recommendation 3.13, the board recommended to exempt daycares from the requirement to complete an LATR study. The council opposed this, but they did support a higher threshold for daycare uses. So for daycare use, the threshold to do an LATR study will be 50 net new peak hour motor vehicle trips. The thought here was that the council expressed a desire to provide relief to smaller daycares. And they thought that while still requiring larger facilities to make improvements. Recommendation 314 is to extend the bioscience LATR exemption for another 4 years. So it will apply to applications filed before January 1st, 2029, and also to remove the current exemption's 3-year time limit to file a building permit. And the council supported this. They also supported the recommendations to update the non-auto driver mode share goals to reflect recently adopted master plans, and to establish goals in areas that to establish goals for new policy areas and for other areas that did not yet have goals. They also supported revising the policy to reflect updated county plans, policies, laws, regulations, and guidance. Council supported the recommendation to update and reorganize our LATR guidelines. They, again, to note that this isn't actually part of the policy itself, but it'll be something that we're presently working on and that we'll be bringing to the board next month. And finally, the council supported the recommendation to continue to work with state highway and state delegates to codify the State Highway Administration's review times for plans. Not part of the policy, but something that council supported our efforts towards coming to
You
agreement.
could add it to that task group.
Yes. So the next steps are, well, the policy and the impact tax bill will go into effect on January 1st, as I've said. Next, we needed to update the planning board's guidelines that implement these policies. In just a few minutes, Ms. Beck will take us through the proposed updated annual school test guidelines, which is the item following this. And then in January, we'll be back with the updated LATR guidelines. Planning staff is tackling this as a 2-phased update. The first update that we'll be bringing incorporates the new growth and infrastructure policy. It vastly improves the document's organization and will also be providing a new proportionality guide. We'll then come back in the spring with a second update that has additional guidance and addresses some outstanding policy issues that require more stakeholder coordination. That brings us to end to this briefing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. As David said, Ansbacher, this truly was a sprint to get all this work done, and you guys are so amazing. It took a lot of analysis and a lot of work. So thank you for your hard work, Ms. Buckley, Ms. Gavoni, and Ms. Beck. So thank you so much.
I just have one more question. In regard to other public facilities, I think it would be good that we have some understanding that how the process works, like the public water and sewer and or that how that fund adequacy is done. I'm sure WSSC does it, but we don't know how it fits into these things. Or utilities, especially PEPCO, because right now many of the buildings are going to be electrified. So how do we make sure that we have, enough backbone to produce those? So I think it would be good that at one point when we talk, because we just talk about, and what the other one was park. We have talked about it, and I know that the Parks Department has its own, but how do we get all of this together comprehensively when we look at it every 4 years, how the other agencies doing it?
Yes. Thank you.
So we're on to the item number 7.
should I start?
We're all set. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I don't know if I have to do this again, but for the record, Jesus Beck, I'll be presenting the updated FY 2025 annual school test guidelines and results following the adoption of the 2024-2028 GIP that we just briefed the board on. So the order of the presentation today will be an overview of the changes that we made to the annual school test guidelines, the updated FY 2025 annual school test results, and the student generation rates that reflect the new school impact area classifications, and then staff's recommended motion to the board. So starting with the guidelines, the GIP requires the planning board to approve or reaffirm how the annual school test is conducted and utilized. So in 2020, following the adoption of the first GIP, we developed a set of annual school test guidelines to explain the procedures, methods, and standards used for the test and school adequacy analysis during development review. Since the new 2024 GIP was just adopted, we revisited these guidelines and are bringing in an upgraded version 2.0 to be approved by the board and used throughout the next period of the GIP. The one change that has real implications on the annual school test was just introduced to the board earlier. It's mostly summarized in this graph that can be found on page 12 of the guidelines. That was also provided as attachment A to the staff report. Shown on the right, I hope the board members remember the adequacy standard graph from the GIP work sessions. So this reflects recommendation 2.2, which modifies the seat deficit thresholds for each UPP tier level. The numbers highlighted in blue on the vertical axis show the new seat deficit thresholds, which align the tier 2 threshold with MCPS's CIP guidelines for capacity solutions. So for example, the elementary school thresholds went from 102 seats down to 92 seats. And then middle school, 151 to 150 seats. They're minor changes, but some schools actually saw changes in their UPP placements because of this. So we're updating the annual school test results. So as we were revisiting the guidelines, we also made some additional revisions so the document can just read better. To be specific, we reorganized the chapters so the annual school test and development review process is introduced first, and then the student generation rates and geographies are explained later. In the previous version, the geographies were introduced first since it was first introduced in the new GIP, so we tried to explain that first. But now it just seems to make more sense to introduce how the annual school test is run, and then how the results are used for development review, and then explain the others more as supplemental information in the back. We also revised the language overall for more clarity and simplicity, but none of those language revisions have any implications on how the test is done or how the development review process is done either. So with those changes and the new seat deficit threshold specifically, we had to redo the FY 2025 annual school test. Again, some schools fell right in between the thresholds. So this new test will name the updated FY 2025 test, emphasis on updated, to distinguish from the original test that has been in effect since July. So again, the only real change was the seat deficit thresholds, and the rest of the test used the exact same process and the same school year projections, which for the FY 2025 is the 2028 school year projections. So here's an example of what the seat deficit threshold change looks like using the paired New Hampshire Estates and Oakview Elementary School, which did see a change in their results. The school's projection indicate that its utilization rate will be 109.4% and seat deficit at 77. Under the original FY 2025 test, this was over the utilization. Hold on, the animations aren't showing up. Okay, so this was over the utilization rate threshold, but under the 85 seat threshold for a tier 1 UPP using the old thresholds. So the school was not placed in any UPP tier for the original FY25 test. But since the seat deficit threshold is now lowered to 74 seats in the updated test, the school now exceeds the threshold, the seat deficit threshold for Tier 1, 2. So it's placed in the Tier 1 UPP for the, starting in January 1st for the remainder of the fiscal year.
So just curious, if a development was in the process and it was different before and now it's changing, do they grandfather or it's going to change in the middle of the development review?
It's a very good question. These are, we've never thought about the grandfathering effect for the annual school test being updated.
To answer the question, when a utilization premium payment is required, it's a condition of the approval. And so if when it was approved, the UPP is not required, that won't be a condition. So even though maybe now it would be required because they received their approval before the requirement, they wouldn't have that requirement.
And okay, that's really good to know because that's something that the development community needs to know. And is it true the same thing if it was Tier 1 and now goes Tier 2, it stays as what it was approved at that time?
Exactly.
Okay, good.
And that's a very, in this situation, it's a very hypothetical question because there are two schools that changed and there's very little development activity there. And to begin with, even in the original test, the adequacy ceilings were, the fact that these schools were so close to the seat thresholds means their adequacy ceilings were very low. So if there were development applications in there, and there was enough enrollment impact estimated, they would have triggered a payment even if the school wasn't placed in the payment to begin with. Okay, so here's a summary of the updated test results. On the original test already placed 2 high schools, 1 middle school, and 7 elementary schools in a UPP tier for the first half of 2025, which are all shown in the black text in the table. But starting January 1st, the 2 schools highlighted in blue on the top of the table, New Hampshire Estates Oakview Elementary School and Sergeant Shriver Elementary School, will additionally be placed in a Tier 1 UPP for the rest of the fiscal year. So this is showing that on a map with the areas placed in the UPP tier and based on their total surcharge factor that will be assessed on impact tax rates. So the blue hatched areas, if you can see under where it says Wheaton and right above where it says Blair, are the 2 new elementary schools that were placed in Tier 1. So those, if there are any residential applications in those 2 school areas, they will now be assessed 16 2/3% surcharge on the impact tax rates that they're supposed to pay. Okay. So this map is overlaying those UPP results on the county's residential development pipeline. This was the Board of Ed's joint meeting. We had a similar request to see where the development pipeline lines up with overutilized schools. The one thing to note here is that the FY25 school test results are based on the 2028 school year projections, which assumes that the Crown High School, Northwood High School, and Woodward High Schools that are supposed to relieve many of the currently overcrowded high schools. And these maps are showing up as been relieved because we're testing the year after that. So it's not showing those current overcrowding situations. But with that said, it does highlight how little of the UPP placement areas align with the residential development hotspots. Most of them are misaligning. So it reaffirms what planning has been saying, that the county's remaining school overcrowding issues is mostly due to turnover in existing neighborhoods, not development activity.
Yeah, I think something like this is really important to be able to have available and publicly and distribute it to the folks, because we have the numbers that tell us that, you know, it's turnover development that largely contributes to student generation rates. But having this and where you have the development not aligning with where they have overcrowding, I think is very, very important to continue to produce this information and make sure that we're hitting that point. It's not the development driving students that's necessarily. I think this is super helpful.
One quick question. Back on the last exercise, you said the surcharge was 16 2/3. Can you explain again why, if it's not a full surcharge, and why it's like a partial surcharge?
Oh, so the main thing is the impact tax itself is already calculated at the developer's pro rata share of school construction cost. So the UPP is, I don't know if we can call it a penalty, but it is to add some mitigation efforts, burden on the developer who's already paying for their share. So we're, the calculations are, I believe if all 3 school levels, so the way we calculate impact taxes are for each school level, but if all school levels are meeting Tier 1 UPP, they're paying, I have to go back and check I think it's 40%, yes, 40% of the impact tax rate. If all school levels meet Tier 2 UPP, they'll be charged an 80% of the impact tax rate. And if they're at Tier 3 UPP, which is beyond MCPS's CIP guidelines, then they will be charged more than the full impact tax rate at 120%.
That portion, it takes them over the boundary, is that what it is? Or on all the?
So for 3 UPP, then they will be charged 120% of the impact tax rate. So the calculations are divvying that up for the share of elementary students, middle school students, and high school students. So theoretically, that's the amount that we're charging, because impact tax rates are calculated based on the number of elementary school students, middle school students, and high school students. So when we use 120%, we're trying to charge the surcharge as 120% of the elementary school students on top of the impact tax rates. Okay, so because the adopted GIP changed the school impact area boundaries as introduced in the previous item, the official student generation rates will also be updated to reflect those changes. And here's a table of the updated student generation rates. These numbers were already shared during the council work sessions. The first one that was shared during planning board draft, again, because the Germantown policy area boundaries changed, were slightly modified, which was shared in the previous item as well. So these are the new updated rates. They'll be used to estimate the enrollment impact for development applications coming to the board on or after January 1st for the rest of the fiscal year. New rates will be calculated for FY '26 and '27, but we'll be using new official enrollment from MCPS for the 2024 school year and new housing data as well. So the table here shows a comparison between the original student generation rates, which was in effect since FY '24, and the updated FY '25 rates. At the top, we're showing the countywide rates, which is constant since both the original rates and the updated rates are both calculated from the same enrollment and housing data. The only reason there are changes are because, similar to what I explained for the Germantown Town Center area change, some properties are getting shuffled around between school impact area types. So for example, the increase in infill high-rise rates and simultaneous decrease in turnover high-rise rates, if you see on the 4th row of under infill impact area and turnover impact area, multifamily high-rise increased 5.5% for infill, but decreased 36.9% for high-rise. There's no intention behind this. It's simply a change in calculation based on which property most likely properties with higher student generation rates being moved to infill impact area and raising the student generation rate there, but lowering the student generation rate in the turnover impact area. So with all that said, staff's recommending that the board approve the annual school test guidelines version 2.0, which will most likely be used for the next 4 years for annual school tests, and certify the updated FY 2025 annual school test results, the updated FY 2025 student generation rates, which once approved and certified will all take effect on January 1st, 2025.
Can you just, if you go back to the previous slide, the student generation rate, we usually use the infill impact areas, correct? The turnover is just for people that they move. When do we use each of these in our development review?
So
I'm
the
just
infill
curious.
impact area and turnover impact area, so it's not necessarily the type of development that we're looking at to use infill or turnover. As we've talked about in the school impact area classifications, the whole county is divided into different policy areas, and we ran an index to classify which area as a context together will fit under an infill impact area or a turnover impact area. So we do get development applications in turnover impact areas. So for
Okay.
those development applications, we will use turnover impact area rates. So, and that's usually based on the not just the application, it's the area context of where the development is.
And we do those areas, or is it done in conjunction with the county?
So the classification, the school impact area classification is something we take care of during the GIP. So 4 years ago, we used more like census area tract boundaries, and we ran an index to classify each area into infill, turnover, and greenfield. This time we changed the policy areas so it aligns with the transportation areas, and then we ran the classification again. If we're not touching the boundaries, we might just use new data 3 years or 4 years later. But for the next GIP, we'll always use new data to make sure the contexts are getting reflected in the index and reclassify areas again into infill, turnover, and greenfield if anything shows up as greenfield again.
Any other questions or comments from the board? None being seen or heard. So can we have one motion for both of these? So we'll have a motion to approve the annual school test guidelines version 2.0 and to certify the updated fiscal year 2025 annual school test results and updated fiscal year 2025 school generation rates to take effect on January 1st, 2025.
Yeah. I'll move that we approve this school test guidelines and certify the updated test.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 4-0-1. Mr. Bartley is not here. He's abstaining.
Oh, he's not.
He had to step to the back. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so thank you so much. We're going to just take a 2-minute break and start our next session, which is item number 11, briefing on solar, where Mr. Butler will do that briefing. Thank you so much. Good morning. We're on item number 13. No, 13, which is a briefing on solar from the planning staff. This is a briefing on technical information only, and the board will not be providing any opinions on what's given, but it's an educational briefing on solar. So Patrick Butler from the planning department will be given this briefing. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing it.
Yeah, thank you. Patrick Butler. First, I'd like to start off by introducing our new supervisor of the Zoning, Public Projects, and Agricultural Initiatives team. So I'd like to welcome Nkosi Yearwood. Probably know him quite well by now from Mid-County. So yeah, now with Up County and getting up to speed on these issues, and we're really, really excited to have him here with us. So first want to say thank you for joining the team and welcome Nkosi.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Also from Up County, we have Mark Beal and Josh Penn. Again, you know quite well. And flying with us today is Chris, helping with the one of the websites that we did some work over this last year, over the summer, to put together a website and dashboard on solar siting, and based on current code and restrictions in the county, trying to be proactive and promote solar. Wanted a resource for both the industry, agencies, and state to be aware of, to try to help promote solar in Montgomery County. So with that, I want to say thank you to Chris flying along with us, and we'll get into that a little more here shortly. So again, the chair had specifically asked that we provide a briefing. We have some projects and other things coming up with some potential changes in state law, some recent changes in state law. We just wanted to have a better understanding and grasp of solar in Montgomery County and the state. So we're here today to do that. One, we'll delve into the current Montgomery County zoning ordinance, specifically on solar collection systems, really make sure you have an understanding of what's allowed by our current code today. We'll provide an overview of the Maryland Public Service Commission Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process, otherwise known as the PSC and the CPCN. When you hear those acronyms, I'll be referring to those. Make sure you have an understanding of that process. And then a brief recap, of our mandatory referral process and timing within the CPCN process, how that folds in with that. We'll also do a walkthrough of the planning department's solar website, solar potential dashboard, like I just mentioned, and then a sampling of solar installations around the county. We have a variety of projects, just want to highlight for you and talk around those. So first, we'll start with the solar collection system definition within our ordinance. And that solar collection system means an arrangement of panels or other solar energy devices that provide for the collection, inversion, storage, and distribution of solar energy for electricity generation, space heating, space cooling, and water heating. So a solar collection system includes freestanding or mounted devices. I have pictures of each there. Solar collection systems are facilities that comply with the requirements of the state's net metering program under Maryland Code. I'm not going to read all that, in COMAR, including community solar energy generating systems, aggregate net energy metering systems, and projects limited to a percentage of on-site energy use. A solar collection system larger than 2 megawatts is prohibited in the agricultural reserve zone. In some instances, it would also require Public Service Commission and the approval through the CPCN process. We'll get into that. So again, just have a couple examples of one, the mounted installation, which is on the left here, United Therapeutics. And you might be able to see there's actually a part of the structure that goes all the way back is actually covered with solar panels, this lower structure, and then at this point now, almost the entire roof, this last quarter section is now filled in as well at the United Therapeutics site. This is a view along the Verizon building on US 29 in Fairland. This is the west side of US 29. They actually have installations on the each side of US 29, east and west side. And they're currently in with us to expand this because it was so popular with their employees. It provides shading, energy on site. This is a high energy consumption user. So although in total they would be producing 3 megawatts of solar on their property, their usage far exceeds that, so they're not required to go to the Public Service Commission. And with that, I'll go into the use table. I just wanted to make sure it was clear to the board that solar collection systems are a limited use in every zone in the county, including the AR zone. There are instances in the AR zone where they're also permitted as a conditional use when exceeding a certain threshold, and we'll get into that here shortly. I really just wanted to impress upon you that the agricultural reserve there in this map is outlined in green. Every other zone in the county is white, so I want to make sure it's very clear that limited use for solar collection systems in all of our zones, everything that's in white in the county, that's nearly 3/4 of the land area in the county. So again, when allowed as a limited use in all of these zones, the rural residential, the residential, commercial residential, employment, and industrial zones, if you're producing less than 120% of your on-site annual usage, you essentially just need to meet setback and height requirements. We don't even require any regulatory approvals, just need to demonstrate that to us in conjunction with the Department of Permitting Services that you'll be producing less than 120% on site, and we'll give the green light to DPS. You can pretty much go straight to permitting.
Just a quick question here, just a clarification on sort of like roof use solar and things like that. You've got more, like the efficiency's been going up. I can imagine a scenario in which you collect more than 120% like on a single family if you got high, efficiency. So does this cover that kind of thing, or is that sort of a separate? Is that a solar collection system under our definition, since it's far less than
If it's going to tie into the grid, it would be, and so you might. Those are the rules for everybody, whether you're a single family house or you're a large consumer like a Verizon or something else.
So you'd have to have a site plan for like a roof solar that produce over 120.
If you're exceeding 120.
If you're exceeding 120%.
Yes, and currently under 2 megawatts.
And under 2, because I was assuming no one would get over 2, but okay, I was curious about that. Thanks.
Yeah. You're nailing it. That was great. So, yeah.
I swear if it's on the next slide, I'm just going to stop talking for the day. It happens to me like 95%.
But it does say here, if it's over 120%, it has to be
So that was
3
3
acres.
Yeah, so the top line says if you're under 120%, then you just need to meet setback and height requirements. We would confirm with Department of Permitting Services that we don't need a site plan, and you would essentially go work with Department of Permitting Services to pull building permits and implement your installation. If you're exceeding that 120% on site in these zones, still under 2 megawatts, then you are required to file a site plan with us. And we have several examples, one of them in the slide deck that we'll get to. And again, you just have to meet some basic setback height screening standards. And then this is where the standard comes in that you have to remove that within 12 months if you're abandoning that particular installation.
So this is all the requirement, the bullet points should be in place. Supposedly, if there is a site that is more than 120%, but is less than 3 acres in size, that's what's going to happen.
That's a good question. I actually don't, maybe, I don't have an answer on that. So perhaps that scenario is, it's not allowed. I guess I'll retract a little bit what I was saying. With a single family house, if you're not on 3 acres, and then it seems like you would not be able to exceed the
So you cannot do it
but-
then? Okay, I was just wondering
Yeah,
what
we can
happens.
circle back on that just to be sure. but-
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to basically just clarify, so, given that the zones, square footage size of the R200 and RE2 and stuff, they vary, does this, or would these rules minimize the amount of solar that you could produce from a rooftop solar in a smaller zone, since you would be, in this case, incentive to not produce more solar on your house, like less panels on your house? And I mean, I'm trying to think about how much it actually generates, per rooftop solar. I know you can go back in, but.
For the record, Mark Beal.
Please.
past experience, past life, 99% of the time, your rooftop solar on a single-family house or a townhouse will not reach that 120%.
Okay, that's my concern,
There's
yeah.
too many building code electrical requirements that you can't do an entire roof of a house. You have to have access around it, through it, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
for
there's
the
just
fire department.
almost a setback for the roof,
And they
right,
can't meet the 120%. So
Okay.
they'll, knock on wood, I mean, they should not make it to that 120% to have to worry about the 3 acres, the site plan and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's just my concern, is
And-
make sure that we,
You know, frame of reference, the bigger the house, the more energy consumption, so, you know, okay.
Yeah, the many caveats on that, yeah, it's just, I know the efficiency is increasing, I'm not as up to it on how much the delta is going up on those, but I do, I would prefer not to, or I would want to think about, if we're incentivizing not solaring as much as we can, because we're hitting 120, which would then produce a site plan and have that kind of restriction on it. But thanks a lot, I appreciate it, that's what I figured.
Yeah, if technology gets efficient enough that, we eventually cross that threshold, then perhaps we have to revisit, and I'm sure we would be at a state level in addition to a county level. With that, the agricultural AR zone, first going to cover the limited use standards. So the collection system is allowed where the system produces up to 200% of the annual baseline energy use on site, and must satisfy the following requirements. Again, basic setback and height standards. Need a approved written authorization from a utility company that the collection system would be collected to the grid. And then removal of trees, landscaping, otherwise required on site for whatever reason is prohibited. So still have a high bar there from a forest conservation and tree protection standpoint in the AR zone. And then switching to the AR zone conditional use standards. I'm first going to cover the prohibitions. And again, I just want to emphasize that solar is very much promoted throughout the entire county. The one area that there are some pretty steep restrictions are the AR zone. Specifically, item 1, I'm sure you've heard and recall this plenty, the prohibition of solar collection systems on category 1 and 2 soils is classified by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Also prohibited in stream buffers, wetlands, steep slopes, no scraping of topsoil, again, removal of trees, landscaping is prohibited, and then the use of concrete except for pad areas, transformers, electrical equipment that is necessary to support that installation, and then any land area for solar collection systems in the AR zone must not exceed a cumulative total of 1,800 acres. Probably also remember the report we did that is required that we monitor how many projects are approved as a conditional use in the AR zone to make sure that we're not fragmenting or losing too much agricultural land, so.
Go ahead.
Just that 1,800 acre is for the whole ag reserve?
Yeah, currently that's correct.
So it's not specific to a site that?
No, not a specific site. It's cumulative for all the projects that would be approved. Currently, the way the ordinance is written, we're not supposed to exceed 1,800 acres for solar projects that we're taking agricultural land out of production.
Who keeps track of that, DPS?
Combination of DPS and us as we approve plans, as you approve plans that we bring through.
Do we know how much we have used so far? How much is left?
Yeah, I'm not remembering the number off the top of my head, although I did help write that report. But we're not close right now. What is that?
I had a quick question so with the slopes greater than 15%, is that in combination with the category 1 soil, or is it a erosion concern with the solar paneling? The heavier the slope, the less likely it is to be an agricultural production is my question. And so is there erosion from the soil from the solar? Is it meant to basically be an extra restriction off wetlands because it's more likely to be closer to a stream?
It's environmental, yeah.
It's environmental concern.
More so, yes, that grouping of things are definitely more, the buffers, wetlands, slopes, steep slopes, that is all an environmental package.
That's
of,
okay, so that's an
restriction. Yeah.
environmental piece. And then for the 1,800 acres of land, I'm just trying to ballpark, what is that in total? What would that be in total solar output overall? Because I remember we had one recently, I think it was 3 megawatts proposed for 20 acres, give or take. I'm trying to, the most recent one, I don't know if that's consistent or what. But.
Yeah, I think we can potentially get, I'll let Chris work on that because we have some of that calculation, some of that math in our dashboard.
Yeah. I thought I just was kind of just a ballparking estimate because I'm thinking, I mean, they're fairly acreage heavy uses, right? It's geographically heavy uses. So we're not, even if we maxed out, which we're obviously very much not, on sort of a commercial solar, we won't under that be able to produce all that much power overall, right? I mean, we approved one recent, the battery project that was on Potomac was 500 megawatts, and like back of the envelope calculation, that would be about half of what you might be able to produce if you solared the whole 1,800 acres, give or take. Is that about right?
Yeah, so again, we do have a
Yeah, it's under
calculation
there.
in the assumptions, and I think Chris is working on that. If we have a few minutes, we can come back to that.
That's fine if you come back. I'm just so
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah.
As the
Didn't we?
scale is my concern.
Didn't we, someone was doing something like 1 megawatt per 7 acre? I forgot what it was, but you're the experts, you can figure it out. But
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
but
yes.
one, if you go back this slide,
Go
you
back
said,
one?
yeah, about the 200%, you can't produce more than 200, with something.
Yeah, I was like, that's gonna be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring us to a screeching halt. We can proceed
That's
and
okay.
we can
Yeah.
talk it over later. I'm really just trying to get a concept of overall scale on that limit, and not only scale of what we need, what's potential to produce, but also what is used within Montgomery County. And what
Yeah,
we're looking
and
at
so,
for
so we do
legislation.
have it does change, but it was, were you saying approximately 7.6 acres per megawatt at the time that we did our study, although it does seem to rapidly change and get
Yeah.
more efficient, so.
Yeah, I'm not holding anyone to that particular, just to get a good ballpark of it. Yeah.
That's where we were at in the summer.
Yeah. So it says 200, you can't produce more than 200% of your usage on site. Is that what it says? Of what you use on your property? Is that what it says here?
Yeah, that is what it's saying here, yeah. And I believe both the state of Maryland, the county are under the assumption that the farmers, potentially with all the machinery in that, use more than the average user. And so regardless of the reason, that is the distinction, is that for agricultural uses, there was a higher threshold of on-site energy allowed.
Okay.
Okay, so this isn't for, this is for someone that wants to use solar to offset the energy they produce on their property, not to go into some grid to be used elsewhere. Is that what?
Well, again, so it's similar to all of the other zones that we covered in that the difference is the cap increases from 120% on-site usage to 200% on-site usage. And if you're exceeding that 200%, then you're required to obtain a conditional use rather than this just be qualifying as a limited
I got
use.
it now.
So,
Okay,
so
this is just for limited.
Farmer Joe can produce up to 200% of their annual on-site usage, and as long as they're meeting these other standards, it would qualify as a limited use. We wouldn't ask for an application.
Now I understand. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So just for me to understand, when we say on-site, depending 120% or whatever, is it stored on-site or is it sent to the distribution system and then it's calculated? Because if they store it on-site, they have to have a battery, panels, of batteries. So do we make a distinction between that? Or is it that now the technology sent everything to transmission line? How does it work?
Right, so most often, and Mark's going to correct me if I get this wrong, but most often these are all connected to the grid. You can see one of the standards is that they have a utility company authorizing that this would be connected to the utility grid. And each user is most often required to participate in net metering. So exactly what you're describing, that energy production, if you're not using it all on site, would be going into the grid. And then you would be getting a credit based on your energy consumption minus what you provided back to the grid.
Commissioner Linden has his hand up there.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna try to get through this quickly before I start coughing again. So I'll put myself on mute if I have to. Two quick questions. For going back to kind of limits in the ag reserve prohibitions, I was wondering if we know how these prohibitions compare to other counties, other states that have tried to kind of put policies forward to either promote or manage solar growth. And I'm specifically thinking about states and counties that have growth management plans, programs, land use programs that manage growth and manage land in somewhat similar ways to Maryland. And maybe I'll just stop there before I ask my second question.
Yeah, no, that's great. Within the state itself, I know that some other counties, in addition to ours, do have the same prohibition of the prime ag soils. Some do not. It's a little bit of a mixed bag whether they are have agricultural easements or how exactly they're trying to protect their ag land. Some are on the same level as us. Some are slightly less restrictive, although given some developments are aiming at trying to do a little bit better job at protecting them. And I guess I'll look down the team to see if anyone else wanted to add anything there. It's not required, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, it would be interesting to at some point get a little bit more detail, like detailed comparisons. It sounds like you all have kind of done the research and understand how at least other counties in Maryland are operating. I think it would be helpful for us to see kind of side-by-side comparisons, both with prohibitions or conditional use standards, or even goals associated with solar, and how they can potentially mix with the agricultural uses. It's always just interesting to see what other folks are doing and potentially to learn, particularly in places that have large agricultural lands. And I mentioned growth management programs that are actively oriented around protecting farmlands and forest lands, for example. Like how are they dealing with solar? What's been going on there recently? So that would just be interesting to learn more about in the future.
Yeah, that's definitely something we're looking at, and I guess we've been more looking at it from a agrivoltaic perspective, and looking at projects around the country and trying to determine. Well, actually, here I'm going to go to the next slide because then we can talk about that a little bit more broadly. So then the conditional use standards continued, where solar collection systems are allowed as a conditional use, moving beyond the prohibitions, and you exceed 200% of the on-site energy use, and it's less than 2 megawatts, you must satisfy the following requirements. Obviously, this would be a conditional use, so that the final approval rests with the hearing examiner. You're to minimize grading and soil removal, must again comply with the requirements of the state net metering program. And here's probably where I'll pause and talk a little bit more and try to answer your question, Commissioner Linden. The area under the solar facility must be actively used for farming or agricultural purposes by one or more of the following: either a pollinator-friendly habitat under the Maryland Pollinator-Friendly Designation Program, must be planted, managed, maintained, and used for grazing of farm animals, or planted, managed, maintained, and used for any other agrivoltaic plant material, i.e. crops. So we are actively working with the Office of Agriculture, Department of Environment, and university and trying to really explore the possibility and how we can do true agrivoltaic activities underneath and around our solar installations that are anticipated in the agricultural reserve. We don't have one in Montgomery County yet, and we are exploring not just Maryland, but around the country at any successful examples and what are the lessons learned and the best practices so that we can make sure that when we do get these types of installations online here, that we put them in the best position for success. So admittedly, we don't have one to point to that everyone can, we'd love to have one in our backyard that we could take you out to in view, but we don't have that yet. So we're trying our best to, again, working very closely with the other agencies. It's not just us working in isolation on this and taking guesses. We're actively working on trying to set a future industry user up for success, and then us for success as well. So don't have a great answer on that yet, other than we're actively working on that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that sounds great. I appreciate it.
So thank you for providing these slides. Maybe you can send something to the board's office so that we could look at these. These slides are great. I mean, so
Okay,
we can have
yeah.
them as reference. But is there some, so you're not disturbing, I know these should be near transmission lines. And so is there some optimal distance that they should be not farther than X from some transmission grid so that you aren't disturbing a lot of area or putting in, to get to the grid, to the,
Yeah.
Is there some rule of thumb? So that,
The discussions at the state level with the other counties have been 2 miles, within 2 miles of a major transmission line, has been the focus, at least over the last year plus. So that seems to be the target. And again, for the reasons that you're stating, the farther you are away, the more infrastructure you would need to install to get to the transmission lines.
right, and probably, yeah.
If you're connecting to that larger grid, it's just adding, additional costs. So that had been the focus as part of the discussions, again, over the last year or two.
So still this conditional zone, it has to be less than 2 megawatts, correct?
Yes, still less than 2. Otherwise, once you exceed your 200% on-site and you're above 2 megawatts, then you're required to go through the Public Service
If it
Commission.
is more than what happens,
Sorry, what's
if
that?
it is more than 2 megawatts, is it allowed or no? That's under the current regulations.
Right, so yes, if it's over 200 and exceeding the 2 megawatts, then you're required to go to the Public Service Commission to obtain approval and ultimately construct that facility.
Okay, but does the county allow?
So no, there's still the prohibition in the, I'm sorry, I see what you're saying. There's still the prohibition in the zoning ordinance for 2 megawatts being the maximum.
The maximum. And could you,
Just to clarify that, but the state then has jurisdiction through the PSC when it's over 2.
yes, I understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah, per the state law, the state can, they may preempt local land use authority and any land use law.
Okay, and could you also explain that the last bullet under the, I guess, talking about pollinators, the last one, it says that planted, managed, maintained, and used for any other agri-volaic plant material. What is that?
Yeah, it's a fancy phrase for crops, any type of crops, vegetation that would be qualify as an agricultural use. So plant material that would be that product. I'll just, wheat or.
I know, but can they actually be maintained? We cannot put, I do not know, but when there is no sun and it's under the solar panel, what is that could actually thrive there? except, I do not know, there are some discussion that some pollinator friendly could happen. And I do not know if, farm animals can go under the solar panel for grazing. These are the things that we don't know in reality if it is possible or if they thrive. Do we know?
Yeah, so there are, again, around the country, I'm not sure of any around here, but the most successful, one of the more popular installations is grazing of animals. It's usually sheep. Yeah, sheep. So there is, there are multiple installations. Some have a higher degree of success than others. Goats love to jump, so goats are turning out to not be a great use for grazing. They just manage to get over the fence and onto the panel somehow, no matter, so that seems to not be a popular option right now. Sheep seems to be a much better option. When you get into larger animals, cattle and horses, especially cattle, they really love to, try to rub up against the metal, and that can cause some damage. So again, there's a range of things that are being tested right now and getting more data by the day and year.
I have a question about conditional use. The prior slide said 1,800 acres of the agricultural reserve zone could be used for solar, correct?
Yes, up to 1,800 acres.
Up to. And how many acres of the agricultural reserve zone are now being used for solar? Maybe not a question for today, but I was concerned whether or not the conditional use would be used in a manner to make sure that all 1,800 acres are being used. And if all 1,800 acres aren't being used, would this allow for their use more quickly?
If all 1,800 were not being used for solar, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Well, there's 1,800 reserved for solar, correct?
Well, right now, there's more than that. It's just, there's more than that available for solar installations. Believe the council, based on concerns about how much land would be fragmented and how fast this would grow, how many projects we would get in, put a current cap of 1,800 acres, just trying to make sure that we didn't somehow in a few years exceed that or get anywhere close to it. So there's more acreage than that available, but that was put in place just to make sure that if we were at all coming close to that the council and we would take that up again and reconsider, is that a good target? Is there a different target? Do we not need a target?
Well, my question is, would the conditional use help expand the amount of acres that are available for solar?
No. No, it's 1,800, yes. Effectively, that's our ceiling currently of conditional use acreage that you can get approved in the AR zone.
And on the screening, the law says that what does it say about screening can't be seen from any road? What is this current screening requirement?
Yeah, the current screening requirements are primarily from your neighbors and roads.
That's a good idea, because on Brighton Dam Road, heading into Howard County, before you get to Route 32, there is a solar farm that was put right on the edge of the road in back of homes, and it is an absolute eyesore. And you could see it if you take Brighton Dam Road heading east, and it's either before or after the roundabout, and it's an absolute eyesore to that neighborhood and community.
And I have one more question. You say that the area under the solar system must be actively used for agriculture. Who monitors that? And what happens that if after a few years it's nothing being used? Is there a monitoring in place to make sure that this requirement is met? When we give a conditional use mark, how many years is that? And is anybody go check to make sure. I think maybe DPS staff does that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so there's two things. One of the criteria I didn't get to was the evidence that the application is submitted to the Office of Agriculture. So Office of Agriculture will, one, ensure that the business plan that's being proposed by any applicant proposing any type of agrivoltaic sort of passes muster, that they're within the reasonable realm of what agriculture looks like. And then they, with really the Department of Permitting Services, which monitors any conditional use, will make sure that those conditions are being met. And so in this case, it would be whichever business model, plan, whatever type of agricultural use that they're proposing would likely be a condition of that approval, and DPS would.
That is good, but do we keep track and monitor to see that how successful these things are? Because I'm assuming that if they're not successful, we're not going to make them to remove the solar panels. But it would be good that we know the success of these activities for the future approval, to see that
Right.
if they are actually successful and if they thrive for those purposes.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely where we're at is really uncharted territory. This is very new, and so if we were talking about daycares, we could tell you hundreds of cases that we've got a lot of data. We know what works and doesn't work. In this particular case, this is all very new, and so, like I said previously, we're trying our best to put our collective heads together to make sure that not just crafting conditions, but really working, if we're going to do true agrivoltaic activities, that we're setting us up for success, we're setting the applicant up for success, because we would really like to have, several installations that we could point to and that we could all go and see, this how successful it is and how to do this. We're going to try our best. I'm assuming we're going to have to learn along the way as well.
Yeah, as long as we are monitoring for the ones that they are already in place, and we have a track record that how successful it is. And then, if you have anything, at some point you bring it to us that we see that if it is really successful or not.
Right. So,
Yeah,
yeah. And
one more question from Mr. Linden.
Yeah, thanks. And again, I'm going to try to get through this quickly because I've been coughing up a storm over here. So apologies if this starts to get annoying for you all. But Commissioner Pedoeem's question brought this to mind for me, because although this is certainly very new for us and certainly in parts of Maryland, there is a lot of active research going on with agrivoltaics around the country. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of agrivoltaic installations. There's actually a great map online that shows where a lot of these are. There's a lot of them that are clustered kind of in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast as well. So I think that there is a fair amount that we can learn from ongoing efforts and ongoing research. For example, some of the research shows that certain crop types can actually grow a little bit better with a little bit more shade. They're a little more protected. They require less water, so it's a little more environmentally friendly in that sense. And it can also increase the efficiency of the solar panels above from the cooling effect from the plants below. And everything depends on climate and growing conditions and where certain crops grow better or worse. But there is increasing amount of information out there, and a lot of this research is being funded by the federal government, at least for now. Hopefully that'll continue. But I would encourage both us on the board, of course, but all of us to look into some of this research a little bit more and see if it can inform some of these regulatory decisions. Because certainly from now, we'll track whatever goes in from now and kind of see how it performs and whether we need to make adjustments. But there is a fair amount of learning I think we can do given existing projects and existing research. So it would be great if at some point we could maybe have a separate briefing at some point, like in the spring or later in the winter, about what's been going on elsewhere in the country related to agrivoltaics and growing conditions and what's been tried where. Because I think that it would be really helpful in this conversation.
Great point. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, and that would be great timing. So yeah, I think we can I'll of course work with the, director's office, chair's office, but yeah, I think we can do it in that timeframe. Given the time, I'm actually, I'm going to move forward. Oh, sorry, one last thing. I just want to say that, there's also an exemption section within the zoning ordinance that was added a few years ago. Again, trying our best to promote solar installations in the county. So if you have a property that's covered by an approved site plan, and it, will not conflict with conditions of approval or landscaping, et cetera, then you can install solar collection systems over any pre-existing impervious surface, including structures. So that would be like structures, parking lots, et cetera. And again, we would not require an amendment to that site plan. You would simply show us where you're installing it, and we would compare it to your site plan and send our approval to DPS so you can move straight to permitting. So, and here, just we'll cover this here a little bit later, but just had an example over the surface parking lot at the public safety headquarters at Kentlands, Lakelands as a good example. If they came in today, this would likely have been something that we would have just approved and let them go to permitting. I'm going to move past this Public Service Commission process for now. I did want to really get to the solar website and dashboard. And just wanted to say that through that, we did identify and try to make this very real. Chris is going to get into the numbers here. Over 4,000 megawatts of solar potential in Montgomery County. That's both inside and outside the Ag Reserve. We looked at 3 different primary types of solar. That's ground-mounted, that over parking lot, and then over larger commercial, institutional building potentials. And again, the geographic areas specifically studied, 1, the entire county, 2, within the AR zone with the current prohibitions in place, and then proximity to transmission lines. Again, that's the entire county and the AR zone with our current prohibition. So we'll get into, I think, giving you some data and some visuals to match some of the questions you've had up to this point. I'm going to minimize this and turn it over to Chris.
Hello, I'm Chris McGovern with the ISGIS section of ITI, where we run our regulatory software e-plans and the MC Atlas websites, and of course GIS, which is what brought me involved with Patrick's team, up-county team, where we developed this siting dashboard for solar throughout the county. Now this includes all of the ZTA requirements for the Ag Reserve, but also all the other limited use siting, the limited use siting ability for the rest of the zones. So this is the overall map of the county. Now, as Patrick said, there's 3 categories we're talking about. The blue, pink, and the green are the blue is the traditional ground-mounted solar that you would see in a farm. The pink would be the potential for a parking lot, like he was showing it in Verizon, and the green is the commercial building potential. So, so here you see there's a lot of blue here throughout the Ag Reserve. It also extends down all the way to the eastern side, but there's also blue ground-mounted within the down county areas as well. It's not limited to the Ag Reserve. Now, that being said, you see these charts here on the right. We are breaking down the actual potential in the Ag Reserve here, but it's also showing this other rural solar. That would be the blue sites here that are outside the Ag Reserve, like over here on the down county or in the East County area that I'm showing. Urban infill is again blue, but that would be the sites that are within, in the other parts of the county, not the rural zones, but it's called the urban infill. And then you have these other 2 pieces that are the parking lot and the rooftop solar, large rooftop solar sites. And as you go down here, you see that we've identified through GIS the large parking lots in pink and the large buildings in green. And so we're coming up with millage rates for these things. Now, Similarly, we've broken this out by the ag reserve. And this is the same blue that we were showing on the previous map, only this is simply the portions of it that are within the ag reserve. This is the actual agriculturally AR zoned land.
So how did you calculate that? I thought that ag reserve right now is limited to 1,800 acres. Is that what you have used? Is the orange the 1,800 acres?
So this 1,240 megawatts is what's capable of all of this. Now, 1,800 acres with the current 7.6 acres per megawatt, you know, you can only get 235 megawatts from 1,800 acres out of what all of this potential area in blue would eventually lead you up to 1,200 megawatts. But we're going to have a stop point at 235 megawatts at 1,800.
But how did you come with the potential? These are class 3 zones?
Yes, correct. So the potential is the areas, again, class 3 for just excluding class 1 and 2, and excluding the environmentally sensitive areas. We're just trying to identify properties that met the criteria that of the restrictions of the existing ordinance to potentially produce solar. So yes, it's more than the 1,800 acres, but we didn't use that as the threshold because we wanted to identify, we didn't know which 1,800 acres to pick. We wanted to pick, you know, more than that. Obviously, there's an artificial cap in the ordinance, so we're showing more than 1,800, but obviously, yes, we could only go up to 1,800 and we'd have to stop, so.
I know, but in reality, I do not know how realistic it is that even though if that 1,800 cap was not there, if the impact to the, you know, like creating food or everything else, it's going to be a limit of being able to use. We are showing that this is what is available, but is it really available? That's the question.
Well, another comment is that, so you did filter out not one or two soils, but the, consistent with Commissioner Pedowim's, like, out of curiosity, how many acres of this blue is here? And you know, right now, the guideline is you can't be over 2 megawatts. Well, if you did, it seems like some of these would be over 2 megawatts. I don't know. I can't dive down into how, you know, large that any of those blue areas are, but just, I mean, but I'm glad you looked at what's the potential, but it would also, based on all the blue, how many, just out of curiosity, how many acres is all the blue in the ag reserve? Just
Doing a quick calculation, thought we had that.
So that would be 9,400 acres is what's in the blue right now.
okay, out of what's the total?
Yeah, it's total, yeah.
The ag reserve total is like 100, well, if you include the river, it's like 100,000 acres.
Okay, so not much in you know, maybe, you know, 9,000 out of 100 and.
Sure, it's cited 93,000 acre ag reserve. It could be 100 if you're including the river. We don't typically do that.
Yeah, if you took out the
just
river.
depends.
Yeah, if you take out the river.
No, take the river and wetlands out. See, we want to have something that actually is realistic. If we put, and I'm not sure that in class 3 soils, it's no planting done. What is those areas that are in ag reserve and they're class 3? How are they being used? Are they just bare land?
There is some farming on class 3. So, I mean, again, we're not, until you actually get a solar siting application on a given property, we did our best to exclude areas that we knew for sure would not qualify. But, you know, is every little pixel on here, you know, for sure, you know, going to work? We try to give a best representation at what could be potential in the county.
Great. Okay.
We did, you know, again, the class 1 and 2 soils are removed. The steep slopes are removed. The forests are removed, and the stream valley buffers. what you see is there is not a whole lot of blue in this bottom left corner here. This is where a lot of our class 1 and 2 soils are. So that's why you see a lot more of it in the north. Just wanted to point that out. Okay. Back to the overall. Actually, let me go to this number guy here. So again, we showed the AR 1200 here. This is the overall rural value. That includes the urban infill and the AR solar here, these two added together. And and then, of course, the parking lot and the rooftop solar is these numbers here. So now, then there's this the transmission line proximity issue here. And so one of the things that's interesting to point out is that in the ag reserve, while there is 1,200 that is available to be developed in megawatts, areas that could be up to 1,200 megawatts, if you count the portions of that are within the 2 miles of transmission lines, you're still at 852 megawatts out of 1,200 of that potential. And then this is that same thing with the entire county. Now this is again with rooftop and all of the other pieces that are within range of the 2 miles from a transmission line. We were looking at that Verizon project just to kind of connect those dots. Here's Route 29. As you go up here, this is the area of, this is the Verizon site. I'm going to go back to the overall because this is half of the Verizon is not within 2 miles of the transmission line, but here's that Verizon site. Here you see we've identified in pink the large parking lots. These are the buildings that are also potential. And then just to show an aerial photo of that site, I have to go to MC Atlas for that, unfortunately. But here you can see that this is that site, and they have been putting solar on top of these parking lots here and down here, as well as on top of the roof of this building here on the west side of 29. On this last tab on this dashboard, we have this methodology. Here, this is the team that worked on it with Patrick. And this methodology document here will isolate some of the factors that are used for generating some of this data. Most notably is this 7.6 acres per megawatt for the ground-based solar, which is what when we talk about the 20 to 1,200 acres in megawatts available in the ag reserve of all of that blue stuff, to get to the 1,800 acres, that would really only amount to 235 of those acres. So there's a little bit of a fuse box there in terms of the ag reserve before we open that up to the rest of it.
I'm just wondering, do we know the rate of usage for the county? How much of these solar systems is actually support the usage, the rate that, in the county or household, how productive they are?
How productive they are?
Yeah, in regard to replacing the other, fossil energy, when we have the total usage that county has, or the total usage as an area, and how much of this could actually complement the total usage of the whole county.
Right. We have, yes, we are monitoring that and on a county level, and we have obviously lofty goals to help the state and ourselves meet. And so we can actually get into some of that here in a little bit, but there's a wide range of things that we're doing to get at that, to replace carbon emissions. So primarily electric vehicles, charging stations. The county's actually opened one bus depot for their electric fleet in Burtonsville. They're about to open another one in Shady Grove, I think fall of 2025. And these are like two of the largest transportation microgrids in the country. And I don't remember how many tons of carbon they're expected to neutralize by converting that fleet from gas to electric, but it is not insignificant. It is, you know, a significant number. So we can get to some of those pictures in that, but we are monitoring that and trying to aggressively work towards those goals.
Are you, when you use surface parking lots, are we assuming schools too, or no, going forward?
Yeah, so go ahead.
They are in here, as long as it was large enough that it was included. You know, here's Wheaton, for instance, and over here is a school, and we did identify some large roofs on some of these schools as well as some parking lots.
Yeah, so one, if you can maybe zoom out just a little bit, just say there's a lot of potential, you know, at Wheaton Mall across that. That's like a perfect example. You see it, especially if you're up from the higher floors looking down. There's a lot of pavement over there, parking structures, you know, the massive mall itself. And then Chris was also pointing out Albert Einstein School, which is one of the schools that has solar panels, but also has potential for more. And so, yeah, we did identify, when it says commercial structures, again, commercial and civic and institutional, if they were of the size that could support a facility that one would be worth installing.
I have a question. Do existing facilities require special permits to install solar panels, or can the solar panels be installed without permits?
Typically, they require permits in almost any case. If they're doing it, I believe legally, but go ahead, Mark, take it away. They should have a permit.
Yeah, any solar panel installation requires electrical permit and building permits.
Why would it, I mean, you don't have to answer it now, but why would an existing roof require a permit? Because I don't think you need a permit to replace the roof, and so why would an existing roof require a permit?
So numerous reasons. One is electrical code is going to kick in with your solar panels. Number two is you're adding an airplane wing on the top of a roof of a building.
What?
An airplane wing. Think about an airplane wing, get you lift to fly off, to take off. Well, wind blowing across that solar panel, I learned a lot in the last 20 years, trust me. Wind blowing across that solar panel creates lift on that roof. If that roof's not structurally sound and doesn't have additional bracing, the potential is there that that roof will pull off that building in a high rate of wind.
So in residential homes, there's also a permit?
There's additional
I didn't know.
structural work that's done in the attic space of those houses. Yeah.
The permits are streamlined. They go very fast for the residential. They have done a very good job.
Thank you for that. I was not expecting that answer, so that was very.
I asked the same question when I was at DPS. I was like, why are we doing this? You know, get an electrical permit, have a good day. But they're like, no, they're strapping. Hurricane Andrew back in the day, the hurricane strapping, you have to do that same similar scenario up in the attic space for those those solar panels, because the wind will get between the solar panel and the shingles and will pull on that solar panel. And if they're only attached to the rafters, and the rafters are just typical normal or joists or nailed to the wall, it's going to lift. Whereas if you had that additional strapping, it's pulling on the whole house and the whole wall, and nothing's moving.
Thank you for the education. That's
No
something
problem.
I didn't know.
I may not be 100% accurate, but I had to have them dumb it down for me to understand it. So that's my explanation that I learned.
Lost the mouse function, but I did just wanted to cover a few quick things before we break here. So one, we wanted to show you a few examples of facilities across the county and made sure, especially with the directors here, to start with 2425 Reedy Drive, and then point out all of the agencies that were consolidated and that are working here with us. And so although I lost the mouse function, right above us is actually one of our solar installations. on the roof next to the pollinator habitat there. And then on the, actually on the very top of the roof as well. We don't see that one, but there is a solar installation on the, above the 14th and that in storage area as well. So, and then we did want to cover, MCPS does have 17 solar installations totaling approximately 4 megawatts. And so here are the schools here, and we highlighted Albert Einstein being in our backyard here. So that is one of the 17. There are many county facilities that have solar installations. I think even recently was the council office building. Again, you see the public safety headquarters and many others here, the Silver Spring Civic Building, et cetera. So the county is aggressively adding solar to many of their facilities across the county. And as I earlier mentioned, the Brookville Bus Depot is open, I believe, already. And then the Shady Grove Equipment Maintenance Transit Operations Center is expected to come online here next fall. These two facilities combined, I believe, produce nearly 12 megawatts of energy. So I believe one's 6.5, one's 5.5. So quite a bit of energy production, but again, they're also being used to recharge the buses. So, and here we have the Solar Oaks landfill, an excellent example of an adaptive reuse of our former capped landfill here. So it's producing 6 megawatts that were divided into 3 2-megawatt arrays. One of those is being used by the county under a power purchase agreement, and the other two are a community solar project with 100% of the generated electricity going to low and moderate income houses. And again, I won't say too much there, but we did have the Verizon building, again, the east side and west side. You can see this picture covers the east side of 29 there. So they are expanding still further on that site. Then we have a Fieldcrest Community Solar. This was a site plan. It was not a conditional use given the zone. I believe it was RE1. But it exceeded the 120% on-site usage, therefore required a site plan. So.
And you know that we have a few in our Parks Department also, Montgomery Parks.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, they are
shame
big.
on me, shame on me, yeah. Next to my son's high school, Magruder, there's a wonderful installation. I drive by and point out to him all the time. He's tired of hearing about it, so I do point that one out.
Well, great. This is a wonderful presentation. What I thank you. We definitely learned a lot here. I think one of the follow-ups is Commissioner Linden and some of us also talked about if the next time, whenever the next time is to come back with maybe best practices from around. You know, if that would be wonderful to. I mean, you did a great job, and you know all about our current laws and what we're doing in Montgomery County, and how much potential we have, and that's also all wonderful. I think if you can also talk about the next time best practices around the region, the country, on some of these areas, that would be wonderful. You know, like that would be wonderful.
Yep. Yeah, we'll bring some colleagues along as well from other agencies and help with that part of the discussion. So.
And when you use examples, please examples the ones that are similar in regard to the, weather and also soil similar to us.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board? You know, this is wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to take a lunch break and be back at 2 o'clock. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 8, Weiss Filling Station, conditional use number CU 2025-02. Public hearing where staff is recommending transmittal of comments to the hearing examiner for this conditional use request. Thank you. And this afternoon, we have Mark Beal from the Planning Department presenting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Mark Beal, zoning planner for Elk County Planning Division. Today, I bring you the conditional use for the Weiss Filling Station with a conditional use number of CU 2025-02. So the neighborhood is outlined here in yellow. The subject property is outlined in the red dashed line. It's existing parcel K. This is located in the Clarksburg Town Center future retail area. The entire area is zone CRT. This is the future mixed-use area of Clarksburg Town Center with a mixture of retail, restaurants, grocery store, multifamily, and you can see a little bit of single-family townhouses over there. Staff did not locate any conditional uses or special exceptions in the area. So the subject property is a recorded plat. We have this area right here, which is the actual conditional use area, so we are only discussing this area here. It is approximately 12,000 square feet. This area is not developed at the time. The future Weiss grocery store will be at this location, and the entrance to the gas station will be right here off of St. Clair Road. So we've zoomed in here on the conditional use area, and again, it's in the middle of the parking lot, or to the side of the parking lot of the Weiss grocery store. They will be constructing 3 gas pumps or 6 fueling stations. There is a proposed kiosk right here, up to 500 square feet. You can see the outline right here of the canopy that is being proposed. And all the lighting and landscaping were approved on a recently approved preliminary plan, site plan, and project plan that you all approved several months ago. So some of the key findings in the zoning ordinance for a filling station is you can't have direct access off a residential classification road, and this is actually a town center boulevard. You cannot have more than 0.1 foot candles of light bleeding off onto residential lots. This doesn't abut a residential lot, and therefore it doesn't really pertain. However, they're at 0.0 foot candles within 10 feet of the lot line, so they're not even getting anywhere near that. And then if you're dispensing over 3.6 million gallons a year, you have to be at least 500 feet away from schools, public areas, and oh my gosh, environmentally sensitive areas such as floodplains and that sort of stuff. And they're not dispensing that much gas, so this section doesn't really apply. As of today, we've not received any community correspondence for this application. This project falls in the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan. This area is the retail core of the Clarksburg Town Center as defined in the master plan. The transportation are meeting the LATR guidelines, as well as any frontage improvements are per the previously approved preliminary plan and site plan. There's no forest conservation plan with this application because, again, that was previously approved back in February of this year. So we find that this is consistent with the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan. It is fits in with the surrounding neighborhood, will not cause undue harm or adverse impacts on the neighborhood, and they are meeting all the requirements of the specific use of the automobile filling station in the zoning ordinance, as well as the general conditional use requirements in the zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff is recommending approval with conditions to be transmitted to the hearing examiner. If you have any questions, we're here to help out. Thank you, and the applicant's here too.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Beal, for your presentation, and would the applicant like to make a presentation? Yes.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Chairman, very briefly. I'm, for the record, Bob Harris with Lord Shirley Brewer on my left, Kate Cubitt with Elm Street CTC, and Joe Lacanina with Weiss Markets, and then we have our needs analysis expert here, David's here as well. So we're going to be very brief, but given that this has been 30 years in the making, we do want to say a couple things. One is to thank you, the community, the staff, for working with us over those years and bringing retail to the town center. You approved the site plan last year, including the pad for this, but it required us to go through the conditional use permit process for that. And we're now at that point and really looking forward to bringing this to the village of Clarksburg. The second thing, very briefly, that we want to say, and I take the responsibility for this, I made a mistake in submitting the application in defining the hours of operation. I had misunderstood from Weiss what their expectations were, and they want to open earlier in the morning than what is indicated. They'd like to have the condition that they could open at 4 a.m. They have employees who get into the store early to prepare things, and they want them to be able to tank up in the morning if need be so that they don't have to on the way home. And then, of course, as we all know, Clarksburg is a way out from the city and from many of the jobs, and so people in that vicinity leave much more earlier in the morning for work, and they like to tank up. Given that it's nowhere near any residences in the middle of a shopping center parking lot, we don't see any problems with that. So we'd like to have that condition read that way. That's, I think, Kate, anything else? No. Again, thank you for working with us, and thank you, staff.
Great. Mark, Mr. Beal, are there any stipulations they could not open at 4 a.m.?
No, we don't have any concerns with this. There's no traffic impacts or anything like that. So increasing the hours is not an issue for us. Staff's fine with that.
Okay, great. Are there any questions or comments from the
I'm
board?
just wondering, why do we even have to specify the time? Is it required? Why don't we just let them decide whatever they want to do?
Truthfully,
Yeah, hours of operation are typically identified for any conditional use that would be coming in for a request. It's usually needed, perhaps not in this case given its location, but in other locations, it may be next to a residential neighborhood or some adjoining property owner where there would be concerns, and it's appropriate to identify hours of operations to try to determine any inherent, non-inherent impacts to the surrounding area.
Yeah, I understand if it is required. I'm just saying that when it's not required, why should we even have it? That was my question. But, whatever works for you all,
Okay, well, I see no other questions or comments. Thank you for bringing this forward. This is, this was what I consider the final piece of the puzzle, and where maybe you could talk about how this fits into the whole timing of the project, the pieces that you just recently got approved, earlier in the year, and how this all ties in. That would be great to hear about the timing.
Sure. For the record, my name is Kate Cubitt, and I'm with Elm Street Development. This is a cornerstone of this particular project. The grocery store for this retail town center this is a grocery-anchored retail town center, and so the grocery store is an integral component to this. And they are saying in order for them to be successful here, they'd like to have some gas pumps. So we did get our plans approved without the pumps in February of this year, our amendment. And since then, we've been working hard with staff and with the other agencies that have been involved in this process to get all of our engineering plans ready for approval. So now we have all of our engineering plans that have been approved or will be approved. We plan to get permits in Q1 of 2025. We will do land development in Q2, Q3 to start vertical construction as soon as everybody can get building permits. But this is really a very important piece of this particular process because without the grocery store, the retail center does not move forward.
Thank you so much. It's not part of this application or anything, but if they could ever, I'm not sure where there are any electric filling areas in the area, that it would be also great to have them, as many as possible in the area.
So just to kind of piggyback on your comment, we are also looking to add some electric charging stations in the same parking lot. So that way there's a variety, a couple different fueling options for folks, especially for folks that have the electric vehicles, can use those particular fueling or the charging facilities there too. We're also going to have some up by the multifamily where, more and more we're seeing that people are requesting to have electric charging stations in these areas.
Great, great, great. Good to know. While they're buying groceries, they can get their car charged. So thank you. All right. So no other questions or comments seen. Do I have a motion to approve, to transmit comments to the hearing examiner for conditional use with the additional of the hours of 4 a.m. To 12 a.m.?
Yeah, so moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. So thank you so much. We look forward to the project moving forward. Yeah. Yeah, happy holidays to you too.
Do we have to say that we changed the time from 5 to 4? Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be in the transmittal letter.
So we're going to take a 1-minute break and start with our item number 9, Glad Hill Farm Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 6, 2023-0050, and Forest Conservation Plan Number F, 2023-0290, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon again. We're on item number 9, Glad Hill Farm Administrative Subdivision number 6/2023-0050 and Forest Conservation Plan number F/2023-0290, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Josh Penn with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Josh Penn with the Up County Planning Division. As the chair just said, we have Glad Hill Farm Administrative Subdivision and Final Forest Conservation Plan. Here's the front picture. You can see what it looks like today, kind of the open field, and you can see that the houses will be tucked right back in behind this tree line just over this hill, so they won't be very prominent from the roadway. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the administrative subdivision plan for 3 lots for 3 single-family detached units. All application noticing and signage requirements have been met. There was no pre-submission meeting because this is an administrative subdivision. Notice of public hearing was mailed by staff, and we have received no community correspondence on this application. You can see here the site. We're about 3/4 of a mile north of the intersection of Price's Distiller Road and Clarksburg Road. You can see here the site is outlined in red. The county line is here, and Damascus is just over here off the screen. It is predominantly zoned AR, except there's a small cluster of R200 down in here in the village overlay zone. It is parcel 333, and it's 109.56 acres with about 42.4 acres of forest. It's currently undeveloped. It is in the 2006 Damascus Master Plan and is zone agricultural. Just previous approvals, this was a larger site back a few years ago, and they came in a while back, and they subdivided off 2 properties, this piece of land here and this piece of land here, one of which was a child lot, which is a lot that is used for intergenerational farming transfer, so it can only be developed by the child of the owner of the property in 1980. So, and it's above density, so that's why we have such restrictions on it. So it's an above density lot. So that's why there's still 3 units available on this property that was originally a little bit larger. What we see here is the subdivision. It's 3 lots, basically in the center of the property, accessed by a new shared driveway connecting to Clarksburg Road, and it will do a large farm remainder, preserving agriculture on the site. So almost 100 acres of farmland will be preserved in farm remainder with no more development. And we have 3 lots clustered here in the center. These are primarily located here because of septic design and issues with that kind of stuff. So we're going to go into that in a little bit. Technically, since these are off of small pipe stems going out, they are flag lots, even though they're not your traditional flag lots. There's nothing behind them. We do believe that it meets the requirements of the flag lot provisions based upon the environmental and topography, aka where the septic was. And you can see here in the drawing that the septic field's passed here, here, and here, and you can see the well arcs here, here, and here. We do believe that this design layout does preserve the active agricultural fields. It incorporates the approved well and septic locations, and while not having the full frontage along the road, each lot does have individual frontage on Clarksburg Road.
Can I ask you a question here?
Absolutely.
Those circles are the septic fields?
The septic fields are here, here, and here.
Okay,
If you can see my cursor.
so what are those circles?
Those are the well arcs. So each well has to have an undisturbed area that can't intersect with the septic field or other things. That's controlled by Well and Septic Division, and they have an approval letter here. But those are the well locations is the center, and the rings are the well arcs.
Okay, good, because I just wanted to make sure that the septic is not getting out of the lots.
Correct, it's not. And
Yeah.
this has already been approved by Well and Septic.
Okay, thank you.
We have looked at adequate public facilities. It is served by private well and septic. It does meet all the stormwater management requirements, it meets fire and rescue requirements, and no additional ups is required because it does not generate anything that would affect school adequacy. Transportation is Clarksburg Road is the country connection. It has a connector, has a master planned right-of-way of 80 feet. Applicant is dedicating 40 feet. There's no bicycle or pedestrian facilities and no master plan recommendations for this section of Clarksburg Road. It is in the rural east policy area. They have a transportation exemption statement from April 3rd, 2023, and is less than 50 net new person trips. Forest conservation was, as I said, originally it was 109.59 acres, but they have agriculturally exempted out the farm remainder, that's 99.95 acres, which leaves a net tract area of 9.59. There's no existing forest within that 9.59 acres, so they do have an afforestation requirement of 1.92 acres, which they're going to be meeting technically off-site, but on the parent tract, here highlighted in green at the lower scene, and they'll be doing forest retention at a 2-to-1 ratio, so they'll be preserving 3.84 acres of forest on the parent tract. So, in summary, we do believe that it meets the flag lot provisions, conforms to the 2006 Damascus Master Plan, that public facilities are adequate, it complies with the subdivision regulations, the lot is appropriate, meets all the requirements of the AR zone, complies with Chapter 22A and Chapter 19. In conclusion, we are recommending approval with conditions of both the administrative subdivision plan and the forest conservation plan. I'll just make a little side note here. The reason that this administrative plan came to the board is because it's technically a flag lot, and that otherwise it would have met all the administrative standards.
Great, thank you. Did you have a question, Mr. Hedrick?
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
The AR zone is not necessarily the agricultural reserve, correct?
It is. All the AR properties are in the agricultural reserve, but not all the properties in the agricultural reserve are AR zoned.
Okay. The reason why I was asking is just, I find it curious there's going to be 3 homes on this lot, and there was already a subdivision for the heir of the farmer there, and there was a term of art used for the heir. And so what I'm concerned about is as we expand housing in the AR zone, does this type of development in the AR zone make sense? It's more of a policy concern as far as I'm concerned, and my concern with loss of the AR zone and the farmland there. And as we move forward, I could see a future where the construction of homes is going to diminish the use of the land for agricultural use. And I just find it curious that we're seeking to put 3 homes on this land as opposed to 1 or 2. And then the spacing between the homes is a curiosity also, because you have 2 homes that are directly adjacent to one another, and then the 3rd home is not directly adjacent to it, and there's a gap in between it. And so with that gap in between it, we know there's not going to be any farming in that area, and it's not going to be used. And then when we look at terms of reducing footprint size, especially in the AR zone, wouldn't it have been better to have those houses closer together than the one separated by that link, that driveway?
Yeah, I think we can kind of address this in a couple of different parts. First of all, the creation of new homes on this lot. The density for this property has not changed since 1980. They just used their density twice instead of all at once. So they developed it once and said, okay, we need 1 house now. We don't want to convert any more than we have to. And then now they're back in saying, okay, now to continue our farm or continue our operations, we need to sell off these additional lots or whatever the reason is for the financial stability of the owners. So the density has not changed since 1980. So it's just a matter of using their density when they saw fit rather than all at once. So that's kind of one thing. I would say if there was a change in density or they're asking for something more than what was allowed in 1980, we'd have an issue with it. But we track very carefully the tax maps from 1980, the property sizes that they were at that 1981 tax map, and what the density should have been. We always base that off of what it was when the zone changed. And this amount of density on this piece of land has not changed since 1980.
What was the term of art you used for the heir of the farmer building the lot there?
It's called a child lot,
A child lot?
and it's
Okay.
defined in the zoning code.
Okay. So, when you have a lot such as that, wasn't this land then designed to limit the amount of structures on it? And then you have this air lot, I forgot the name.
Child lot.
The child lot, right? The child lot, it just doesn't seem to be congruent to me.
Yeah, this was designed primarily so that you could make market rate lots to help provide for the farm while also creating non-market rate lots to provide for intergenerational transfer of that farmland to future farmers within the family. And that's why both us, the zoning code, and DPS have strict interpretations of who can pull a building permit and who can own those child lots. So only the child of the landowner in 1980 could ever pull a building permit for that lot. So if all that family is no longer with us, or those childs never pulled the building permit, that then reverts back to raw land that can never be developed. So it's specifically only for that family member.
But
It doesn't pass to grandkids.
Well, is there also a provision with regards to an agricultural worker or a hand that you can build a home on the agricultural reserve land for that
Yeah.
type of person?
There is a different policy, which is the Farm Leader Housing Unit, or FLU. I don't know if anybody uses that term, but I like it. But it is for housing of somebody that works on the farm, and then there's a whole set of interpretations or rules in the zoning code of how that applies to. But those are not residences that could ever be separated from the farm. Those have to be continuously on the same piece of land as the farm.
So the lots that are being built there now are not going to be necessarily connected to the farm or
Correct,
married
they
to the
would be
farm?
market rate lots.
Be market rate lots. Well, my concern with the market rate lot and the agricultural reserve is nuanced, and it seems that if I could forecast it as the agricultural reserve is now not necessarily revered or respected in the county as it used to be, and that because there's what some deem a housing crisis, that we're going to see more of these types of lots that are not married to the parcel of land, and that there's going to be more pressure on the agricultural reserve and the destruction of the agricultural reserve. I know farmers who are upset now that they can't necessarily build a lot for their heirs because I think they're limited to one. If you have a multi-generational family or more than one child, you can't build multiple houses. And so I just find this a peculiar curiosity that we're building 3 market rate lots to be divided away from the farm on this piece of land. And it just seems that there are a lot of incongruencies. You can make it make sense and make it work, but it just seems to be incongruent when you look at the overall goal of the agricultural reserve and the reservations for a child lot and then an agricultural worker lot. And now it's probably always been this way, but this is the first time I've seen it in the short time I've been on the board, that we're doing market rate lots on parcels in zone AR.
Commissioner, Robert Cronenberg for the record. I think to go back to one of your previous questions, in terms of the layout and kind of the overall premise of retaining farming within the AR zone, within the ag reserve. If you look at the layout that is proposed for the 3 lots here, you have 2 that are clustered close up to the 2 that are by the road, and then one that's further back. Without knowing all the details, my guess is that the septic is dictating where some of these lots are going to go. And the fact that they can get up closer to the road kind of keeps that community feel that you have in kind of farming communities, farming areas. So the remainder of it would still allow for the farming production and whatever kind of crops that they're going to be growing, raising, harvesting on the site. So hopefully that addresses part of your question. I think in terms of what could happen or what the potential is on the site. But you know, some of the farmers in the ag reserve would tell you that their density was they got downzoned, which they did many years ago, so that we could preserve the farming. And the result is that they went from 1 to 5 to 1 to 25 units per acre. So I think, with that, we try to look at how we cluster homes. We look at how we retain the open space on the site, given the natural features as well. Maybe answer any other questions, but hopefully that at least clarifies some of what you're
It does
you're asking for.
clarify.
I'll just quickly say, sorry, one more thing, if I can, piggyback on what Robert just said. So with that, perfect, because that's what I wanted to say. There were TDRs created for this property, 1 per every 5 acres. It did not preclude, since 1980, their ability to plat 4 lots per the 1 per 25 acres. And so with this subdivision, this is the final, whether market rate, child lot, a TDR is associated with all of those, this is the final subdivision for this particular property for these
For that
lots.
100 acres.
Right. I think 109 acres or
Yeah,
something about that, but
109.56.
yeah.
So we're about 10% of the total area will be in housing and 90% will be in farmland in perpetuity.
There's 1 residence or structure per 25 acres.
Correct.
And there's not necessarily a setback or space in between those homes. It just has to be one aggregate parcel, and then you subdivide it. But what's really interesting is when you're subdividing it, then you're taking it out of farm production, but also then it becomes a house on less than 25 acres.
Right, the lot size in the AR zone is as small as 40,000 square feet. You just need the density, which is 1 per 25.
But each one of these parcels will have its own tax ID number and
Correct.
boundary lines,
Yeah,
right?
it'll be a platted lot. It will be a platted lot. And I'm not going to speak for this case. I'll let Dave McKee or the owner speak to it. In some cases, yes, they create the lot. There's also agreements made, for farming to continue. So it doesn't always mean the fragmentation of farming, but, we try not to rely on that, in that it is somebody's private property at the end of the day, and they may or may not elect to allow farming on it.
The private property argument is one that I would champion here as well as in urban high-density areas, but it seems like that we juggle the individual property owner's rights depending on where the parcel is located.
And I will also add in that these lots are as small as they can get with well and septic design on these lots. So you'll see one is under like 2.5 acres, 2 3/4 acres, and 4 acres. And that was purely, they would have been smaller except for the need for the septic and the wells to be separated.
And the child lot, is the child lot in addition to 1 residential to 25 acre?
Yes, child lots are above density, so they do not
Okay.
need density for a child lot.
Okay, and for these 3, additional, it doesn't have to be family. There could be anybody. It could be for sale. It could be for
Correct.
rent.
They
or
are
what.
standard market rate lots that are available to anybody.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for those explanations. I was also going to ask, but you've answered, why they didn't cluster the 3 homes. But you're saying because of sewer issue, because then you have to add the extra driveway, all that, but you're saying it's because of out of the zone of influence.
It's the perk testing so for septic systems, you have to have passing perk tests,
Right.
which means the soil will drain at a certain rate.
Right.
And so they have to place the septic systems where they get approved perk tests.
Right, great.
Hence, these are the 3 locations as close as they could get. There was some further out that would have been more disturbance where they could have built lots, but these were the 3 closest perks together.
Perfect, great. Yeah, thank you. That answers my question. So I have no further questions or comments. Do any other board members have questions or comments? None being seen, do I have a motion to approve the Glad Hill Farm Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 6/2023-0050 and Forest Conservation Plan Number F/2023-0290 with conditions as stated by the staff?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the administrative subdivision plan and the forest conservation plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Are you,
I abstain.
okay. 401. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for presenting this. And we will just take a 2-minute break and go on to our next item, number 10, Bethesda Minor Master Plan Work Session Amendment, Planning Board Work Session number 2. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 10, Bethesda Minor Master Plan Work Session Amendment, Planning Board Work Session number 2. And this afternoon, we have Elza Heisel McCoy and Mr. Henry Coppola to present this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. For the record, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief, Down County Planning, and with me is
Henry Coppola. I'm the Long Range Planning Supervisor for the Parks Department.
great. So, yeah, work session 2. We're going to go through a few remaining issues and then work to wrap it up. As a reminder, more for the folks at home, we're here in the process during the public hearing draft stage. We had a public hearing on December 2nd. We had 9 folks provide oral testimony and over 60 pieces of written testimony. Issues, the testimony that we received covered the development cap, transportation, affordable housing, the park impact payment, additional review, the Bethesda overlay zone, sort of more general issues, parks and the environment. At the first work session, we addressed almost all of these issues, and the board approved a number of text changes, but asked us to come back today with revised language or clarification for a number of issues, and I've grouped them. So we have analysis of cumulative experience of implementing plan vision, the expanded height incentive area, and incentivizing canopy trees on private property. And then on the park side, there was a request for some additional language for the rationale for the prioritization of Veterans Park configuration, the studying of special tasking districts and other funding for parks in Bethesda, supporting interim uses, and a PIP reduction for privately owned public space. I'm going to go through the first piece, and then Henry's going to go through the second piece. So for development level, there was testimony that supported additional analysis beyond the monitoring that we do to inform future policymaking. We went through all of the different analyses that we do, and the board requested some modified language that we had proposed about looking at potential additional analysis. And so this is revised language from what I showed last time, and I'll just read it. So this would add a new subsection under section 4.1 development level, measuring, and the subsection would be called measuring the cumulative experience of implementing the plan vision. Montgomery Planning and Parks County and County Council staff undertake significant efforts to analyze master plan implementation, progress, and impacts through a variety of lenses and timeframes, from development application to the capital budget and the capital improvement program to the growth and infrastructure policy, with the goal of better quantifying the cumulative experience of change resulting from implementation of the plan vision. The minor master plan recommends that staff investigate approaches used in other jurisdictions and present them to the planning board as part of an upcoming annual monitoring report. So if that's suitable, okay, general assent.
Commissioner Linden, this was important to you. Does that address? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think this is great, and I appreciate the effort to, I think in particular, use the word experience here as well, and try to capture kind of, as said here, kind of through a variety of lenses, all elements of what the plan invitation looks like. So yeah, I think it looks good. Thank you.
Yep, and I like how you have it as part of an upcoming annual monitoring report. And I think that works well.
Excellent. Okay, then for affordable housing, the board received testimony to expand the height incentive areas. As a reminder, outside the Bethesda overlay zone, for properties that provide more than the required percent of affordable housing, you can get additional height in order to accommodate that. And the way that's calculated is the square footage of the additional MPDUs divided by the floor plate, and every time you get to one or above one, you get another 12 feet, so another floor. And in the Bethesda overlay zone, only the properties in the orange shaded area on the map on the screen get to use that. So there was a request to expand it to include the section outlined in blue here, As I mentioned before, it's a mix of primarily multifamily buildings, but also townhouses, and then a handful of single-family structures primarily used for businesses. These, as shown on the map, are separated from the single-family community to the west by not only Arlington Road, of course, but also Bethesda Elementary School and the Connie Morella Library. And the current height for the single-family structures on these sites shown here is 60 feet for the property on Arlington Road, and then 70 feet for the property sort of in the center of the block. I will say that since after the public hearing, but before the public record closed, we did receive testimony in opposition to expanding the height incentive area, making two primary points. That there was significant discussion about height in the 2017 plan, and that such a change would be outside the scope of work for the minor master plan amendment. The scope of work approved by the board says that existing zoning, parks, transportation, and other recommendations will remain unchanged while we explore how to better implement those recommendations, and that the minor master plan amendment will focus on implementation strategies for elements including affordable housing. And so and then also to ask, could any of the current implementation recommendations be modified to better achieve the goals? So the changing the height incentive area language in the Bethesda overlay zone is not changing the zoning on the site. And we do think that it is an implementation strategy for the goals of the plan. So we do think it's within the approved scope. So I think the language, are there any questions on that before I go to the language?
I did receive, I guess you received, Amanda Farber comment regarding that they were exactly the same thing, that from what I read was that this master plan amendment was not supposed to change height, but now it is doing. It's not that I disagree. I'm just saying that how we need to make sure that the language is in a point that it does change the height in the incentive areas. Apparently, we had the language that is not going to do it, and we have to rectify that.
So the scope does not say we won't change the height. We had there was a lot of discussion, discussion at the public meetings. I think the language that I've put on the screen in the slide about scope was the language that was in the presentations and all of the public presentations. So we definitely said we weren't going to change any of the specific zoning for the sites, but this is an implementation element of the Bethesda overlay zone, and not the height for a particular site.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, you can only get this height is only attainable if you include extra affordable housing. If you want affordable housing in here, you have to, incentivize it, since we're not subsidizing it in any other way. So I honestly think the height incentive area should be spread further over this, but it's definitely fine with just this area. I think it's
And
perfectly
you would
fine.
need to provide so the requirement overlay zone wide is 15%. You would need to provide at least 17.5%.
Yeah.
On this site, or on a site, on one of these sites, to be able to get the additional height. The recommendation for the language is to expand the height incentive area over to Arlington, but to allow only an additional up to 2 stories. I think in many cases, just in terms of marketability, we're only seeing 1. But just to provide that flexibility, we're recommending that there be language to allow no more than 2 stories.
Yes, and it'll be hard for people to get 2 stories, with the...
To get 2 stories, you would need to provide, for a 6-story building, a third of the units. A third of the floors would have to be affordable housing.
Right, so it'd be very hard, and then also I'm sure there are setback requirements and stuff. I don't know, what are the setback requirements, to get, can you...
So you're across the street from R60 So I'll have to double check, maybe Robert can double check this for me.
Okay.
I think you can go up to the maximum and then so the height in R6 is 35 feet, so you'd have to go up, I think, I want to say to 35 and step back, but it's different if you're across or behind, so I will need to.
I'll look that up, but it's under the compatibility requirements of the code, so I'll take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, but they would need to meet those in any event.
So so to clarify, we're not changing this, if we did, we're not changing the zoning. This is, right?
It would change the provision in the so the language in the overlay zone would stay the same, it's just the map. So the map, which is the current on the left, would be updated to include the area indicated on the right. So the zoning would remain the same for all of the properties, but the provision in the overlay zone that incentivized additional affordable housing by providing a small amount, but then the language in the master plan would limit it to 2 stories.
Right. So just to clarify, so the places on the left cannot get that additional, story or 2 if they have more than 15% or 17.5% in PDUs, right? But on the right, that area with the yellow now could get that, correct?
Correct. And I think this area has a different unit mix than other parts of Bethesda. You essentially have 2 townhouse communities. I mean, they're 4-story, 3- and 4-story townhouses, so they're higher density townhouses. They're in a very dense configuration. It's a very urban configuration. And so I think the plan could recommend that the single-family properties or the properties with single-family units in this area would only be able to get 2, but throughout the rest of the area, it would be the same. There wouldn't be a limit. So the limit would only be for these additional properties. So why don't we let Robert confirm the compatibility requirements, and we'll come back?
Great.
Okay. The county, the last item before turning it over to Henry, the county executive encouraged more canopy trees beyond parks and trees. And Commissioner Pedoeem, or Vice Chair Pedoeem, suggested having language to further expand that. And so the language that I have is adding subsection 4.10, expanded tree canopy in downtown Bethesda and surrounding communities. And it reads, the 2017 plan prioritizes the expansion of the tree canopy in the plan area. We'll add an article there. This will be achieved both through the planting of new trees in parks and open spaces and new street trees along the frontage of new private development. To further expand the potential for more trees in Bethesda, the minor master plan amendment recommends the county expand on incentive programs like Reforest Montgomery to offer property owners a variety incentive to plant trees on their properties. Okay.
So I'm happy to provide that. So it's section, it's under height compatibility in the ordinance, and it's under height restrictions. So when the subject property abuts a property in an agricultural, rural residential, say that 3 times, residential detached or residential townhouse zone that is vacant or improved with an agricultural or residential use, any structure may not protrude beyond a 45-degree angular plane projecting over the subject property, measured from a height equal to the height allowed for a detached house in the abutting zone at the setback line determined by section 4. So essentially, if you have a development that's on that abuts a residential zone, they have to start with the height that is approved in that residential zone. So if it's 35 feet, they start at 35 feet. Then they can go up to the height that is permitted under the CR zone in this case, and they can go at a 45-degree angular plane to reach that height. So essentially you'd have some step backs within the building, or you step back a long way and then go up. So we've seen that for cases most recently, probably on the PLD lots, 44, I get the numbers mixed up, 25, 24, where they're providing the Eastern Greenway, and they've used the Greenway to provide kind of that setback from the property line and able to kind of step back and go up for the compatibility.
And we also talked about it for the Tacoma Park plan. Is there another standard if you?
It's confronting.
If you confront, so
Yes.
confronting across, so the R60 in this case is across, these properties would confront
Yes.
R60, is it the same standard?
It's the same standard.
Okay.
So if you go back to that zoning map again, where you had the.
Sorry, I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Nope, I was going the right way, I just didn't, there we go.
Okay.
So it's the library site is R60, so they would have to step back the height, but they can also, so it goes from the property line, so they would go up 35 feet at the right-of-way line essentially, and then there's a 45-degree plane. So they could step the building, they could just move the building another 5 feet back.
Right.
They wouldn't necessarily have to, put it all the way to the curb and sawtooth it back.
Okay.
But they would have to meet that compatibility standard as they would really any development on that site would.
Right. And there's some helpful images in the zoning ordinance about how that step back should be applied.
So these are all, just so people know, these are all the properties, they would be stepping back from, on the library side, right? So library side.
That's correct.
To the height of whatever the maximum height
I mean,
on that side. and then-
on all other sides, it's CR. So it's only the R60 sites that we're looking at here. So it would just be the opposite, the library for this site outlined in blue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Whoop, okay. So then for the language of recommending expanding the height in the plan, limiting the maximum height to additional height to 24 feet or 2 stories, how are we feeling on that?
Commissioner Linden, you're on board with that?
Yeah, I guess I'm on board with this. I'm interested to hear if anyone else has thoughts. Just to clarify and make sure I'm understanding correctly, this accounts for that 45-degree angle topic that we were just discussing. This sort of, in other words, apologies if I missed this and you covered it and I didn't hear it. But does the height incentive, is that subject to still the 45, the topic we were just discussing of the setbacks?
It is. So it's both and. So the maximum height they would be able to achieve would be 24 feet higher than the 60 feet. So maximum would be 84, but it would still need to be under that compatibility plane along Arlington Road.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm on board with this potential language, and it's because it's for properties that have significant amount of affordable housing, right? They can only get that extra floor or two, right?
Right.
And to make it compatible, it may have to step back. It may only be able to get 6 stories, or the 7th would have to step back, or something like that, or whatever it is. But I think that for the goal of getting more affordable housing, this is great. And many people won't, if they don't want to do affordable housing on there, then they won't get it, right? But so I think this helps the people that want to get more affordable housing, the developers that want to provide it. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Then with that, I will turn it over to Henry.
Excellent. Thank you, Elsa. So we had a few things to go through for you guys with the parks ones. There we go. Yeah, this is the first one. I thought I jumped 2 slides ahead by accident there. So the first one, this is just reminding us on the recommendation for refining the focus area for expanding the Veterans Park Civic Green. We spoke about that a little bit, and the request was to add a little bit of additional language to clarify why we were making that recommendation into the plan. And so we've come up with the additional text in red here to add that in. I'll just read that that part for you guys to avoid reading too many words, but as Montgomery Parks has pursued options to expand the existing Veterans Park and fulfill the goals of the 2017 plan recommendation for the Civic Green, it has become clear that to successfully accomplish those goals, and the expansion needs to occur adjacent to the existing Veterans Park and not be separated from it by Woodmont Avenue. That was the conversation that we had in the last work session about building off of those goals to improve and enhance the existing successful site, and that doing that across the street won't really work. And so we've come up with that to see if that sounds like a good plan to help explain it better.
And the likelihood of this happening is, you know, I know we're moving it from this side to this, but the likelihood that it can expand, you feel that is there likelihood that it can expand there?
So I would say cautiously optimistic. It's something that we definitely are interested in and excited about pursuing. I know that our real estate folks have had some conversations with some of the property owners who are adjacent there. We have not been told that it's absolutely uninteresting to them. So, but I think it would be the start of a long conversation at this point. I do think that having this clarification in the plan will make it more feasible and more likely that we'll be able to be successful.
And we also acknowledge in the plan that, you know, by reprioritizing, I think it also makes the redevelopment of the block on the other side of Woodmont Avenue much more likely. It's a very small block. And there are a lot of property owners, like every small block, there are challenges, but it makes it gives the likelihood, it increases the likelihood of redevelopment on that block. So that's another benefit.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to our next one, which was to include some language about the 2017 plan's recommendation to explore new financing mechanisms. And we had a nice conversation about that. We had not originally included any language in the minor master plan amendment touching on it, but there'd been some testimony and the conversation that we had in the last work session. This was the 2017 plan language, again, as a reminder, and then our discussion last week was about making sure that we point out that this is important and also point out that that things like, and special taxing district was parenthetically included in the original 2017 plan, but that things like taxing districts are beyond the authority of the Parks Department and not really in our purview, and sort of making it clear that this is important, but not the Parks Department's really area of authority. So this is the language that we've come up with to add into the plan on that, and I'll go ahead and read it. The 2017 plan recommended the exploration of new and alternative financing mechanisms, such as a special taxing district, to help fund new parks and park improvements. The MMPA reaffirms this recommendation and supports Montgomery Parks continuing to explore and pursue all available funding sources, such as state and federal grants. While important, alternative financing that involves new tax mechanisms is outside the authority of the Parks Department. So, seeing some thumbs up. If there are not any questions on that, we can move on to the next one. Great.
That's different than the private-public partnership.
That's different, yeah. We're gonna get to that. I think there's one more, and then we get to the POPs and the PIP reduction question.
So, this looks really great. And do you explore all available financing sources? Does this? But you would also we would look for still apply for or in our CIP for county.
Yes, we added the such as grants language. We could expand. We could tuck in even a little bit more in if we wanted to enumerate all of the different.
Well, I'm just saying, but it doesn't rule out. So you know, like because we always look to put it in our CIP, but in our budgets for counties. Many times we don't get it, but we are still looking at others. That is another source too, right? But,
correct.
But you don't have to put it. But I'm just saying that.
I would actually suggest, I think it's a good idea to, in the first sentence, that the 2017 plan recommended the exploration of new and alternative funding mechanisms beyond the capital budget.
Okay,
I think would be of use.
Okay. Beyond the capital budget. Excellent suggestions, thank you. Additional clarification is always a good thing.
Right.
All right. So we have another one which was on interim uses. We talked about, received some testimony about that and had a conversation about the importance of interim uses in the parkland that we've acquired so that we're able to sort of get new parklands that's been acquired available to be used by the public as quickly as possible and not having to wait until we have a full-fledged project to be able to be undertaken there. We've been working on that, and we were going to talk about it a little bit more when we do the annual monitoring report next month. And there was the suggestion that could we include a little bit of language to mark that the importance of pursuing interim uses as well. And so we've added this last sentence to the previous language in the plan here to say that these strategies may include providing interim uses on newly acquired parkland when feasible and appropriate. Right. So then this moves us into park impact payment. And reminder, we'd had the testimony asking us to look into providing a PIP reduction for privately owned public spaces in addition to the one that can currently be provided for land that is dedicated to the Parks Department for parkland. And last week we said this was interesting and we needed to think about it a little bit more and wanted to do that and then come back this week to talk to you. And we talked a little bit about some of the potential negative impacts of something like this. Several of you pointed out some of the things that we would need to look at there. We thought a little bit more about those. We think that there are definitely some potential pitfalls here. We think there's also definitely some great potential benefits here, particularly to incentivizing additional parkland and open space, and particularly in places like the Eastern Greenway, where it's going to have to be pieced together among several different projects, and where the plan does make it clear, the 2017 plan makes it clear that those can be either POPs or dedications for parkland. That being said, there are a lot of ins and outs, and we do think we'll need some guardrails and some sort of specific conditions and language structure that will make sure that we're able to ensure, that's too many sures, but make sure that we're able to ensure that the POPs are really fully functional and achieving Montgomery Park standards for public access and maintenance and things like that. And we think the best way to do that, since offering the flexibility to create the PIP reduction for the POPs would need to be included with other updates to the BOS. What we're proposing to do is come back with some specific recommendations about how we could do that in a conscientious and successful manner when the other updates that the plan recommends for the BOS are being considered. And then you'd be able to take that recommendation and the planning board would be able to approve it, assuming that we come up with a good way and think it's worth recommending moving forward at that time.
Well, and the board also just approved the methodology for coming up with the number. I'm not 100% sure that I don't think the BOS includes. The BOS includes PIP reduction language.
The BOS does include PIP reduction language, and it currently says that it has to be for the parkland dedication.
So we can use.
Be.
Yeah, we'll be able to use both.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Do we have to do this? Because basically right now, most of the pubs, they're that private and is being used by public, or we just had a condition this morning that we said that let's make, even though if it is privately owned, make it public. And usually it happens at no damage or cost to PIP. But now we're saying that we're going to reduce the PIP payment that we already have shortage in, if that case happens. I don't know why we even do that, because it's not really, that much additional cost or anything to keep those open and people go and use it. But
So I think those are excellent points, and I think that one of the reasons, something that we'll be able to come back, I think, to make recommendations on is are there specific cases where we think that this would be really useful, and are there ways to then limit it
so that we're using this tool in those specific instances where it may be extra helpful. And the Eastern Greenway is the area that we've identified so far. There are places where along the Eastern Greenway, the minimum required POP space would be about half of the width of what we're striving to get for the other parking that we have coming online for the parking lot redevelopment projects, where we're going to have 70 to 90 feet, and the minimum required would be 35. And so this may be a really useful tool to incentivize a stretch where they want to create a POPs, and they would only be required to do a 35-foot one, and that this might be a tool that would be relevant in a case like that to be able to incentivize increasing the width of the Eastern Greenway.
Well, and also just to, I think in the cases that we're thinking of, it is the property acquisition cost that is looking to be offset rather than the ongoing maintenance cost.
Okay, if there are specific cases, then I would go for the specific cases, and I make it very clear that this is not a general requirement, and it is specific cases, and I do not know if you want to identify what requirement is or then work it out. I'm just saying that I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's to our benefit to make it as a general rule of thumb that this is how it's going to be from now on. And so somehow let's make it specific for what you believe is the right situation.
Well, even the overlay zone says the planning board may reduce. So even though, like the language right now, it's not a guarantee, and there's a formula, but even the board could decide in a particular case it's not appropriate. So you have that ability right now, and this wouldn't change that.
This would be more about providing the board the flexibility to use this as an
Yeah,
incentive
and some
in certain
guidelines.
cases.
And for the developers, that what is it that we're going to act on? And that's in general is not for all the cases.
Yeah, I think having the opportunity to have POPs in cases where you think it's valuable is a good thing. You know, you just have to be as specific as possible. You can't cover every situation, but, you know, someone, you know, money is, you know, for someone to build a park, right? I mean, it could be beneficial, right?
Mm-hmm.
In not having parks do it. But as long as it's up to your guidelines and stuff like that, I think it could be, and for them to maintain it, I think that could be a good thing under certain circumstances. So I like having the option, but you're gonna, but you're gonna maybe, is this the language that says, I mean, just go through it again, what you're proposing, yeah.
Sure, maybe I should go ahead and read through this, and I can pause and kind of point out where some of the parts are and how we're working. So this is the proposed language to address it, that the BOS currently stipulates that if a property owner dedicates land designated in the master plan as recommended open space to the MNCPPC Parks Department, the planning board may reduce the amount of square footage for which a park impact payment must be made. So as Elsa was pointing out, it's already a may, and we're not talking about changing any of that. As a primary purpose of PIP funds is the acquisition of parkland recommended in the master plan, this reduction reflects the benefit of having the land dedicated directly to the Parks Department. So that's why it's kind of been restricted in the initial BOS language to just the dedication. What we're interested in doing, and so the language continues, is to allow greater flexibility for private development to provide master planned open space and to incentivize going beyond the required minimum. The MMPA recommends the consideration of extending this reduction to land designated in the master plan as a recommended open space that a property owner makes publicly accessible as a POPs under conditions approved by Montgomery Parks and the Planning Board, including maintaining the POPs to Montgomery Parks standards and ensuring public access. So even though we haven't gotten to what those specific guidelines are, just where we're talking about we're going to investigate them, we're already starting to set some of those guidelines that we're hearing from you. Make sure I pick it back up at the right place. Parks and planning staff should further investigate the potential implications, both positive and negative, of extending the PIP reduction to include POPs and present a recommendation to the planning board for consideration alongside other actions required to update the BOS as recommended elsewhere in this MMPA. So that's the actual action item that when you're working on the required BOS update, we'll come back and we'll talk about exactly how to, whether we think there's a way to include language here that makes sense to provide that flexibility.
And at that time, you could make it specific, that when and how, and hopefully is less than more.
Right, we would, at that time, so at that time, we'd be able to talk about specificity. Certainly, there's also then the methodology that's been approved by the board for the current PIP reduction. That methodology would probably be changed a little bit, adapted a little bit to be able to incorporate POPs as well. That would be another opportunity to outline specificity and requirements that are related to it. And then as Elza pointed out, that the entire thing is at the option of the board. It's may. There's never a requirement, so it would always be then when we're actually proposing and recommending a PIP reduction for a specific project, that would be part of the conditions of approval, and the board would have the opportunity to review the specific instances as well. So there'd be multiple additional touch points right up until saying yes or no to a specific case.
But it talks about required to update the BOS as recommended elsewhere. So when do you think that these recommendations will be made, you know?
I'm going to ask Elza for help on
I think
that.
at this point, probably in the February timeframe, I think we'll be working on that language as the council begins to do their deliberation.
Perfect, thank you.
Great. All right. And
The other board member, everyone's in?
Great, thank you. That's going to wrap up the park section. I'm going to hand it back to Elza.
Thanks, Henry. Okay, so some additional items under, going back through all of the testimony that we received, there were a few items which didn't fall under something that we've already addressed, and I just wanted to bring attention to those. The first is that the development cap should be tied to park and transportation improvements. I think we've talked about this a lot as this project has moved forward and highlighted all of the ways that all development projects are tied to park and transportation improvements through park impact payments, through dedication, like we've been talking, actual construction of park space for transportation, through directly through frontage improvements and also through LATR improvements, and then also indirectly that development is putting money in the general fund, which helps pay for the CIP projects. So I think the discussions we've been having all along is that development has certainly been tied to these improvements, and that capping development is going to make it that much more difficult to move forward with those improvements. So there are no text changes there. The development will increase greenhouse gas emissions. The climate assessment that we did for the plan looked at the three scenarios, the three potential future development scenarios as the master plan transportation adequacy did. And in each of the cases, while additional development increases greenhouse gases overall because of the concentration of folks around transit in these urban centers, it goes down on a per capita basis. So on a per capita basis, it's limiting greenhouse gas emissions, and smart growth, sustainable development, all of that is certainly consistent with the recommendations of the 2017 plan as promoted by the minor master plan amendment. And then finally, how will schools accommodate students from the additional developments? That'll be the way that we're doing it today. So with utilization premium payments based on the annual schools assessment that is done, and then if none of the BCC cluster does not require utilization premium payments at the moment. We'll have a little bit more of a nuanced discussion of this when we get to the annual monitoring report in January, looking at sort of how the attendance at the individual schools. But in terms of the overall mechanism, the growth and infrastructure policy that was just approved is what is governing that. Then I think the last item is sort of a set of items, and this is an updates to Table 1, which is the adequacy metrics results. So for the Transportation Master Plan adequacy, we do the inputs, we talked about the scenarios, and the analysis is done at the CBD policy area, so looking really just at the core of downtown, and then looking at the parent area, which is the larger Bethesda Chevy Chase policy area going to areas outside of the downtown. We have the detailed results of both of these levels of analyses in the attachments for the public hearing, but the table 1 in the public hearing draft did not have sort of the descriptor for that. So we're recommending to come back into that table, and for each of the ones, I'll show you the text that we're proposing to add. So for auto and transit accessibility, for the policy area, at the parent policy area, transit accessibility decreases a little bit in scenario 1 due to population shifts. It rebounds and increases further in the other scenarios, and auto accessibility, so this is accessibility jobs, increases in every scenario at the parent level. For travel times, for the larger policy area, travel times also increase, but at half the rate that they do in the CBD policy area. For vehicle miles traveled per capita, for again, this larger policy area, the VMT increases under scenario 1, but only by about a third of the amount that it does in the CBD, and then decreases under scenarios 2 and 3, which were the 2 larger ones. For non-auto driver mode share, the levels in the larger policy area are 53, 54%, while in the CBD are 60. So that exceeds the goal. So that still looks good. And then for low stress bike accessibility, in the CBD, it was 76 to 79%. In the parent area, that goes up to 83%. So it looks even better. So those are just minor additions, but we wanted just to make, just because the parent standard, while the CBD standard is the one I think that folks, going back to experience, right? They're experiencing it in the downtown. The policy requires sort of the parent area. So we wanted to add those in. Okay. Then finally, just, Scrivener's errors, if there's the odd typographical error or some formatting changes or updating graphics, we'll do that as well. And then with that, the staff recommendation is to approve the public hearing draft amendment as amended by all of the direction you've provided, to approve that as the as the planning board draft amendment and transmittal to the county council and the county executive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for coming back with looking at those items that we said we wanted you to look at. We appreciate that, and we're so excited to be moving forward with this. And I guess you plan to submit this in the next.
Assuming that the board is about to vote to approve it, we are prepared to transmit it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much. Great work. Any other questions or comments from the board members? So do I have a motion to approve the updated public hearing draft amendments to be submitted to from the planning board draft amendment and transmittal to the county council and the county executive with those comments and additional clarifications we had today?
Yeah, I'll move to make this the planning board draft with the amendments and edits that we did today, and transmittal to the county council and county executive.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Great minor master plan recommendations. And now we will take a break until 4:10, when we will start our item number 11, roundtable discussions from our Parks Director. And then item number 12, the headquarters Wheaton Arts Parade Mosaic Pyramid installations. Thank you so much. We'll see you at 4:10. Good afternoon. We're on our last two items of the day. The first item is the roundtable discussion by our great Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and happy holidays to the Planning Board and to all of our park staff, some of whom are joining us here in the auditorium, and I will soon explain why. This first slide is from our Thanksgiving Day Parade in downtown Silver Spring. I think it was held this year on November 16th. The Parks Department made, as always, I think a really impressive showing at the parade. We had over 75 park staff and their family members walk in the parade with us this year. There's a lot of work and coordination that goes into pulling this together. PACP designed our really cool sweatshirts. You can see them there in that photo, and coordinated all the logistics leading up to and on the day of the parade. Our operations team arrived at the crack of dawn. They brought the tractors that we use in the parade to pull the float and carry park staff through the streets of Silver Spring. Our exhibit shop designed the float. And I also want to give some extra thanks to, and they will remain anonymous, but to the team members who performed as Flora, Woody, and of course Otis. Those are our Parks Department mascots. We were kind of like toward the end of the parade this year, so we did wait a really long time before we got going. I think, I mean, I'm biased, but I think we're the highlight of the Thanksgiving Day Parade. So, you know, they saved the best for last, I guess. But folks had a nice time waiting and also participating in the parade. Those of you who didn't get to attend this year, strongly encourage you next year. I feel like not infrequently I'm up here kind of cavelling over our PACP staff, our communications team, because they do such extraordinary and creative work. I really can't say enough about it. And I'm not the only one who thinks so, because they keep getting these awards. So most recently, they got an award that's called the Marcon Award from the Association of Marketing and Communication Professionals. I think it's like an international, you know, organization and recognition. It's kind of like the Oscars of marketing and communications, and they were platinum winners for our Sligo Creek Fest marketing and promotion campaign, gold winners for our Take a Hike Parade sweatshirt, another gold winner for our Wheaton Action Sports Park video, and also in addition to that, 4 honorable mentions. They also received awards from MRPA, the Maryland Recreation and Parks Association, for the best photo, which you see there on the upper right hand, and best social media for our fall fit check. So congratulations to PACP. We recently held on November 19th a celebration of National GIS Day with a presentation and panel by our dedicated GIS staff, Keegan Clifford, Tiffany Wu, and Carter Hughes. We had 15 sessions on that day educating park staff about different aspects of GIS projects. Over 100 Parks employees attended, and some of the sessions included exploring data visualization, using GIS to manage our tree inventories. I may have shared this with you at some point, but we have numbered and mapped every single tree that we have in our developed parks, which I think is very impressive and very useful information. And also a session talking about our new Parks and Trails GIS layer. We also had a celebration of the new pickleball courts at East Norbeck Local Park on November 13th. With the completion of these 6 courts at East Norbeck, we now have 18 dedicated pickleball courts, plus over 50 shared tennis and pickleball courts. People who had previously been playing tennis over at East Norbeck also have 19 tennis courts that are very close by at Olney Manor. And we were joined by some of our elected officials, including Councilmember Jawando and Councilmember Friedson. And it was a very good time with lots of members of our very enthusiastic pickleball community. We had also a very successful 2024 urban wood sale. I think I've talked to you in the past about how all of the trees that we take out of our parks, like the trees and tree branches that are removed from parks, are 100% recycled and reused. And part of that effort is the urban wood sale, where we are able to take some of the wood, and some of it's very special, unique wood that you really can't find anyplace else, and we open it up to parks employees and to the public to purchase for their own projects. This year, we sold almost 20,000 feet of wood and generated over $34,000 in revenue. This was a big increase from 2023, and we had also made modifications based on our last experience in 2023 that kind of made the whole thing go more smoothly, so we're getting better and better at this. And now I'm going to talk to you a little bit with the next few slides before I turn on to them. At the Parks Department here in Wheaton headquarters, we held a holiday decorating contest this year. This was the brainchild of Janine Blakely in our program access team, and people really took this on and got kind of excited about it. It was really the highlight of the director's office day. We got to go around and judge the different sort of decorations and exhibits that the Parks Department staff had just so creatively and with a lot of energy built into their spaces. So I want to, and we had a contest. We judged it and we had a contest. So I think we're going to go on to the next slide where I will reveal our second runner-up, which is our Weed Warrior team. You can see there Corinne Stevens and Sylvia Nunez. Their theme was making our winter forests healthier for our wildlife, one vine at a time. Part of what I loved about this was I think you could see over there in the lower right hand what they said, yes, Sligo Stream Valley and Washington Grove Meadow non-native invasive vines were harmed for this decorating contest. They went out and actually cut some of the invasive vines that we're trying to get rid of and incorporated them into their holiday decorations. One of the things that I learned today is that there's a weed called winter creeper, which is a vine that we try to remove from our parks that used to be used for making wreaths, but unfortunately it creates these berries that distribute seeds everywhere, and now we have this invasive weed in our parks, but we were able to incorporate some of them into this great exhibit. So congratulations to our Weed Warriors team. Our first runner-up is PACP's team. Their theme was, it's so much fun to work at parks, and you can see a number of our members of the team there. They created this cute little photo booth too, where you can see me and Gary and Darren posing for a photo in the photo booth. They had ornaments made from pickleballs, picture cutouts of all the staff as elves, so we got to see what we look like as elves, and there was a bubble machine. It was all very festive, so congratulations to PACP. And now I'm going to announce the winner of our Wheaton headquarters first holiday decorating contest, and that's our resource analysis team. They did an incredible job. So I think everyone can agree that the highlight of their exhibit was our own Kendall Gelbach, who is a really talented singer, wrote a song and performed it, and we got to watch it during our visit. They had snowflakes that were in the shape of salamanders. You can see there in one of the photographs, they made like chandeliers out of deer antlers that have been dropped. It was very impressive. And there's the fishing Santa. That's our electro fishing Santa that you can see there all ready to get to work in our streams. So congratulations to Resource Analysis and really to all the park staff who so enthusiastically took this on. It was a lot of fun. And I do want to say, we took this very seriously. You can see some of the other photos of staff and staff exhibits because they really were delightful. And we took our judging very, very seriously. I mean, Gary and Darren and I just really gave it a lot of thought, and it was very difficult to judge all these great exhibits, but congratulations to all the
Maybe we could
participants.
send us a tour for us next year to see the top ones. I love to see them.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely,
That's
yes.
fantastic.
We will have to do that. So that's all I have for now. I think we're going to take a little break before we move on to the next thing, is my understanding.
Yes, so the other thing is somewhere else, or is it?
They're going to come up here first.
Okay.
Introduce themselves, and then we'll go downstairs, but I just.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
There-
so we're just going to confirm they're here, and then we'll get going.
Okay, yeah, well, thank you so much. I have to say the parks folks know how to party. Know how to
take
have
great
fun.
pride.
Yeah. The decorations were just wonderful, and to also raise $30,000 from wood sale?
Like almost 35,000.
Almost 35.
Yes.
That's amazing, and congratulations to the MARPA award winners. Those are, yeah, it's great to be recognized nationally for your hard work, and thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
And any other, are we?
I was just really excited when I saw the second runner-up and going, oh my gosh, what's going to be coming after that? Because that's pretty cool. So like, I applaud everyone for their decoration. That was fantastic. I loved it. So.
Great, we'll just take, we'll still stay online, or we're? Okay, okay, great.
So what is this big?
Welcome back. We're on our final item of today, and it's always great to end on a high note. So we have our headquarters Wheaton Arts Parade Mosaic Pyramid installation this afternoon, and our Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo, will take us through the process. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So we're delighted today to welcome here members of the Wheaton Arts Parade as we unveil a newly installed mosaic pyramid in our Wheaton headquarters lobby. Earlier this year, Dan Thompson, who is the Executive Director and founder of the Wheaton Arts Parade, approached us with the idea of showcasing some local artwork in our building for the enjoyment of both members of the public and of the staff who work in this building. And we embrace this opportunity because at Parks, we love art. So we are a proud sponsor of the annual Wheaton Arts Parade, and we were happy to sign on to this. The mosaic pyramid is titled El Salvador Memories, and it was created in 2020 by local mosaic artist Edwin Salmaron. At the time, the annual Wheaton Arts Parade had been canceled due to the pandemic, and instead, they commissioned 13 local artists to paint pyramid sculptures that were displayed throughout downtown Wheaton. In creating the pyramid, Mr. Salmaron collaborated with Allison Sanchez, who was then a senior at Albert Einstein High School and is now pursuing a Bachelor in Fine Arts at Towson, and other families from the Wheaton area who had emigrated here from El Salvador. Allison played a crucial role in selecting the families, facilitating the design process, and acting as a liaison between the families and Mr. Salmaron. And at this point, I would like to ask Mr. Thompson and our artists to just take a couple minutes to talk a little bit about themselves and this work.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm Dan Thompson. I'll speak first, I guess. I asked you to Google Wheaton, Maryland. I don't know if you can show it. I don't know if you've ever done it, but this is what you see when you Google Google Wheaton. I Googled it one day and I said, oh my gosh, it draws crowds to the annual Wheaton Arts Parade and Festival. This is a signature event for Wheaton. I don't know if you realize that, but every year, this is now our 9th year. I was on WUDAC back in 2016. It was my last year, and we were an arts district, but we had no theaters, we had no studios, we had no galleries. How are we gonna activate the arts and entertainment district? And so I actually went to an arts parade up in Cleveland, and I said, you know, this could work. And came back and proposed the first year of my retirement from federal service to create this parade and festival. And it was a big success. Everyone was hugging and loving and said, whoa, now we have to do it again. And we did it again, and we did it again, and then the pandemic came. And we were sitting around in May in a panic in the pandemic, not just for health reasons, but what are we gonna do? We have promised to have an arts parade, and we may, if they're not going to open schools, we're not going to be allowed to have a parade. And Paige Friedemann, who is our gallery manager and a local artist, visual artist, we were brainstorming what to do, and it was her idea to set some public art around town so that the public could come to the art and appreciate it. Our mission is to bring the community together with art, to see art, to make art. Our secondary objective is to support local artists. So this pyramid project allowed 13 artists to get commissions to create these pyramids, including these two. And our third mission objective is to help to activate the arts and entertainment district. So that's what we were trying to accomplish. And so we started the project. We had a call to artists, and then they were given their pyramids. We had 3 of them were very large, 8-foot edges, and 10 of them had 4-foot edges. And that's what the mosaic was created on. This was not our first mosaic. We had done a community mosaic with the Montgomery Housing Partnership at Pembridge Square. And we worked with the students after school and with the parents and students in the evenings. And Edwin led that with his partner Giovanna, and they were also creating images of where they came from, Wheaton today, and Wheaton in the future. So we, every year, have a poster contest, as you saw at the beginning of our presentation. And the triangle, this is this year, the triangle or the pyramid often comes up in our posters. And I don't need to explain to you why the triangle means something to Wheaton, because of University Boulevard, Veers Mill, and Georgia Avenue. We are the Wheaton Triangle. But if you put it into 3 dimensions, it's a tetrahedron. And that's, our pyramid is not an Egyptian pyramid, it's a tetrahedron. It's a triangle. So every year we have a poster contest. We're now giving $500 to the artist who designs this design, and then we turn it into a poster and put it on t-shirts. Back in 2020, Allison created the artwork that was used for our poster. And so that's how we got to know Allison. She was a senior at Einstein High School. And the idea was that she would gather families, because we couldn't even come together to make, because of the pandemic, we couldn't work in a big group. So there were supposed to be 3 families working together, each working on one side. And she can tell us more about that. Then they would take well, first she did our drawings. What? Why don't you, can she tell us how she started this work? Push that button.
Hi, my name is Allison. I drew these back in 2020, and they were much more simplified than what I wanted to do, mainly because I've never done a mosaic before until like I met Edwin. So basically when I was coming up with the idea, I told myself in the Wheaton community, it's very diverse, and El Salvador is like makes up a lot of the Hispanic community here. So I thought to incorporate that in our community as a whole. So I wanted to do that for our pyramid.
And did you brainstorm with the families about what images should be here? These are the drawings that she sketched out for the 3 sides of the pyramid. Can you say something about these?
Yes, so basically, when I spoke to each of the families, we all had a conversation of what they thought would be best to add on there, and we put different parts of the culture, what it is like in the country, and different memories that anyone, even here in the Wheaton community that's from El Salvador, will relate to. So I added different aspects of what it is and like what the country is as a whole and what everyone can connect to.
Thank you. And maybe, Edwin, you can describe how it became a mosaic.
Hello, my name is Edwin. Thank you for having me here. Yes, so because COVID, we were not able to socialize, so we had to be away, like separate from each other. So we use, Allison contact the families, and I use a direct method using some mesh that has some kind of glue, so they will be able to lay tiles in that mesh at home and bring it back to me, and try to place it in the pyramid. So that's how we work this through. Some of the challenges were that I had to rearrange some tiles to finally complete what we have now. The images represent mostly what it is, the country of El Salvador. A lot of beaches in the Pacific Ocean, the landscape, a lot of mountains, and the population that is the majority is like religious people. So that's what we have in the pyramid. That's why it's also named like Memories, because that's community that they want to represent their ideas into the art.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You could continue, but I just wanted to say, Ms. Sanchez, beautiful poster. You're a wonderful artist, and it's just amazing what you've done, and then working with the community and the families to put together the drawings for the pyramid and what you have on the pyramid. Yeah, wonderful. Congratulations, and Mr. Salmeron, working with the community to put it together during the pandemic, which was such a trying time, and that was such amazing. So thank you so much for both of you for doing that. Yeah.
And
And
just
now-
add that each of the pyramids had a sign with a QR code, and the artists talk about their design. So as you go to it, you can use your device and scan it, and we have to update the recording. You'll hear Allison from 2020 and Edwin. But anyway, I just want to let you know that. And I think you need to see the pyramid to really appreciate it.
Well, I think we are going to see it because we're going to go downstairs and have a little unveiling and take a photograph.
Well, thank you so much. So this will end our planning board meeting for today, and I just wanted to thank those that participated and also wish everyone happy holidays, and we'll see you again on January 9th. So thank you so much.